good one. Yep. Yes, sir! Phased by the double keeper.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining me. My name is Donovan from Salt of the Streets. I could not be more thrilled to have you here. Of course, you have joined me here on beautiful Friday night. It is September 19th, 2025, 8:09 p.m. now that I am finally live, and I could not be more excited. I've been thinking about this stream since I ended the last one. So you guys know, if you watched any period of time before we took the hiatus, you know exactly how much I love this show. Thank you everyone who's here already. Deborah, it's wonderful to see you. I know there are many other people who are actively going to be in the chat who are here in the stream with us today, so thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I couldn't be any happier to be here. Before we go any further, of course, I want to remind you, make sure you like, subscribe, you share the stream, because that's the only way that this is going to start paying my bills and get me out of work into bank all the time. That's the only way this is going to grow, that people are going to be able to hear more of this information. They're going to be able to share these things and have conversations like we're having here. So obviously everything that we can, any share, any like, anything, it helps. Any comments, all the things that would go on during the stream, they're all very, very helpful. So thank you everyone just for being here. And let's just kind of get into it. We have lots of things that we're going to talk about today. I say we because we're here as a group. We are going to be discussing the Charlie Kirk killing, obviously. We're going to be talking about a lot of the reactions that surround that, specifically some Tim Pool. We are going to take a big, long look at an episode of Timcast IRL from earlier this week, and we are going to break a lot of that down and just kind of discuss some of the things that he's talking about. Tim Pool his brain is broken almost as much as Destiny on the other side. So we're going to discuss some of these things. Samwatch. If you guys were here for the last stream, then you know how jazzed I was. Bronson, hello. You guys know how jazzed I was to talk about Samwatch, but I did not get to it because, as I do, I talk too much all the time, and so I just ran that stream too long. We are getting to it nice and early tonight, 8:11 p.m. Now, it's only been 2 minutes, so that's good. That's the good time. I think we started closer to 9 o'clock last time, so when I got to like 12 or 12:30, even though I had much more content that I wanted to go over, I just kind of run low on time. I still have to get up tomorrow morning to be with the children. They are hopefully sleeping directly above me. It was not quite 30 minutes ago that Dax walked out of his room. I heard him, so I went upstairs, standing in the room like this, and he says, "Boo." It's like, "What are you doing?" It's like, "I scared you. I came out here to scare you." I was like, "Is this specifically why you came out here? Did you come out here just only to scare me?" He's like, "Yeah." Like, "You have to get back in bed. We can't continue this. You have to get back in bed." So we have, hello everyone, can you turn the audio up just a little bit? I'm having trouble hearing you. Absolutely. Let me know if that is a little bit better for you guys. I also realized that was double covered, so that did not help. The muffling because of this thing here did not help at all. So of course I'm also trying not to be too loud because my children are upstairs, but the audio levels that I'm hearing on my headphones are different than what you guys are hearing, so thank you. The feedback is very, very helpful. We're going to play some audio and stuff later in the show, so if there's any imbalances, if that's too loud, guys, obviously let me know. I had Micaiah reach out to me since the last stream and talk to me about the audio as well, so hopefully this is going to remedy some of those issues. I'm going to work on my mic placement as well. Put her up a little bit higher, see if that does the trick. There it is, right on the collar. Oh yeah, now it's touching the neck. Okay, I think this is gonna be, we might even end up taking this thing off, but we'll see. As long as I don't fuck with it too much. Okay, anyway, so we have lots of things we're gonna talk about today. It's gonna be a very full show. I'm very, very excited. I wanna start with some simpler things. I also have way better, good. So I think we had a two-pronged problem that we're running into here, right? Well, three-pronged. First one being, I'm a fucking retard. I'm not good at any of this shit. Colin used to take care of me and baby me when he did the show with me. He did all of the audio things. He did all of the producing things. All I had to do was walk downstairs, look pretty, and say a bunch of shit. And that was really, really nice. So one day we will get back to that, again, with your help. Like, subscribe, share, stream, comment, do all the things. It's going to help us grow. That's going to help me get into the producer, get Colin back in here, which makes sense. Get Colin back in here, help making the show better, do it more consistently, do it more frequently. So again, we have a lot of things we're going to talk about today. It's going to be a fantastic show. I have many things. The first one that I want to start with, listen, obviously it's been a crazy couple of weeks. I mean, the Charlie Kirk shooting, the assassination obviously being at the top of that, the reaction, the fallout, the commentary, it's all been overwhelming to say the least. So I am glad to be here with you guys. I purposefully didn't stream last week because I wanted to take time. I wanted to try my best to not be overly reactionary to what was going on.
You will hydrate, you will train, you will adjust to this desert, and you'll hydrate some more.
Thank you. So, I don't ever want to, I just want to be genuine. I don't want to be overreactionary. I don't want to be coming on here and just being hot or trying to break news. Like, I'm just not that guy. I'm not with it enough. I'm not on social media enough to be trying to break news. That's not what we're going to be doing here. Maybe in the future, if this becomes an everyday thing, that we will be trying to break news in the future. That's not where we're at now. I don't have the quickness or the processing power to see something and immediately know exactly how I feel about it and then come on here and stream and make it a coherent message that I'm actually going to want to share. My feelings are going to change just in that week. My viewpoint is going to change. The things that happen are going to change. The information that we have are going to change. And because of that, like I said, I purposely didn't come on here. I purposely didn't do a stream last week because I didn't want to have to stream again like the next day or 5 days later and be like, hey, all the shit that I said wasn't true, and now that we know the truth. So obviously information is still coming out about Charlie Kirk. We're going to go over all of those things later in the show. We're going to talk about the details. We're going to talk about the event itself, the fallout, the future, the reactions, obviously some things like that. And I think that we'll dig into those things deeper when we get there. But we're going to be talking about what do I have? Mythical and mystical media adventures. Samwatch. That's, I'm like, why the fuck did I write that? Because we're going to talk about Samwatch. We have a titty challenge that's going on that I'll talk to you guys about. Let's start there, right? Let's talk about the gym. So I went to the gym this morning. I'm getting fucking swole. I should have worn a white shirt. Maybe when I switch, we have an activity that we're going to do today. We're going to pot some plants. Last week we made some rub. So this week when we do Samwatch, or maybe probably when we start talking Tim Pool, because there's going to be a lot to like watch there. We're going to do some plants. I have these. They were given to me by my coworker Barbara. There's actually two different plants in here. There's this one here. And then there's this main bad boy. I have become a bit of a plant daddy at work. I have one plant that I got from our chiropractor that used to be there. He passed away. He died like 2 years ago. And he had this plant in his office that he would ask me to water for him when he would travel. He was always going to like Ireland and fucking whatever, just to go and like jet set and have fun with his family. So when he was gone, he would always ask me to water this plant. And then after he died, I continued to water it because I didn't know what was going to happen with all of his stuff. And then his wife came to get all of his things and the plant stayed. And so I asked if I could have the plant before they cleaned out the rest of his office. So I kept it. I named it Alexander after our chiropractor, Alexander Plum, who can rest in peace. So I started with the one plant, Alexander. I might be able to get some images going. We'll see. I think that, I'll look while I talk. So I have the one plant, Alexander, that I have chilling right next to me. And then I picked up another plant from my coworker, Barbara, same woman that gave me these plants here. And Dax and I named that Major Guini. He wanted to name it Major Tom, and I wanted to name it Linguini. It reminded me, yep, here we go, some pictures. Let me pull up Signal on this. Okay, so let's see. So I have Alexander, and then I got Major Guini. Major Guini is like this long, kind of viney plant that I am going to grow up along the wall. I stand right next to a wall that is to like a huge open doorway. So I'm going to grow this over the doorway, across the arch, down to my coworker Brian's table. I'm going to encroach on his area very quickly. It's going to be fantastic. So I'm just pulling up these photos for this. Sorry, I didn't really think about this. I should have been more on top of this, but let's see, I can just do them all three. And then I got another one. It's a money plea. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. It's a money tree that I got from my coworker Barbara. Again, she has one that she let me take a clipping off of, and it is rockin'. I have seen it. It's beautiful. We have the clippings that are starting to come out. Here we go. Okay, sorry, I know this is silly. So anyway, so we're gonna play these things because I like having the activity. I like having like a bit or whatever that we're doing. I'm not a comedian or anything, but I like having the thing, the activity that we do during that time. I think that it is fantastic. So here we go. I'll pull this over. We'll look at them. Article view. We're getting there. I gotta get faster internet. All my shit is too slow. Oh, I actually can't show. Wow. Okay, so you guys can't see it, but my Signal Messenger is right here. But I'm not allowed to. Okay, so shout out to Signal because this is what I'm trying to get at. I pulled it over to my other screen and it actually won't let me show it to you. So shout out to Signal for being actually super secure because they won't let me pull it onto a live stream, which is actually pretty fucking cool. I didn't know that. I've never tried to do that before. But now we'll go to the main shot so that I can pull up these photos for you. This is like so not worth the payoff, but we're already in this. So this is just what we're doing, guys. So funny. Oh God, if I can even fucking find them. This is so not worth the payoff. It doesn't matter. We're gonna plant some plants later. I'm sorry. I didn't think the Signal thing was gonna go like this. I had no idea. I thought it was gonna be easier to go for. But you guys will be able to see these plants. You guys can help me name them. It's gonna be fantastic. So the gym. I was in the gym this morning and I have questions for you guys because I genuinely don't know what the response is, and I think it just could depend on the situation. So I was in the gym. I did shoulders today. I did an all upper body thing this week. We'll talk about that in just a minute for the titty competition. So I was in the gym, was warming up. I have a band, what do you call it? A resistance band, and it's tied to like a pole over here. I don't do a ton of warm up. I probably should. You're gonna hurt yourself one day, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter, right? The point being, I'm warming up. I have the resistance band, so I'm chilling. I'm just kind of hitting 25. I'm just warming up really just my shoulder because that's my biggest concern. Like if I go too heavy, if I just fuck around too much and I don't stretch out, my shoulder starts to hurt. I use my shoulder all day for work, then I got a problem, right? So I'm there. I'm not going too crazy. I've done chest twice this week because of this fucking stupid titty competition that I had with Trenton. So my chest is tight, right? I did chest just yesterday for the second time. I did it on Tuesday, then I did it again yesterday, and now I'm here, right? So I'm stretching. I'm just kind of just getting my shoulder warmed. This guy walks over, and I'm not upset about it. I'm going to prereq with this. I'm not upset about this, right? Walks over, gets my attention. I have my headphones in, my headphones on, my over ears. I'm chilling, right? And he's like, doing this, he's like exaggerating. He's like, get the stretch in, right? Get the fucking stretch. And like, you get the range of motion, he says, the full range. And I laugh. I'm like, yeah, for sure, right? I get it. Like, I know, and maybe you don't know. He has to because I've been seeing this guy since I've been going to this gym, so which has been since January. I know at least a little bit about what I'm doing, right? I'm not hurting myself. I'm definitely not going to hurt myself by limiting my range of motion. And I'm just warming up. I get that obviously the point is to warm up, get the whole range of motion, get the whole muscle warmed up. My shit's tight, dog. I'm just going through the motions right now. I'm gonna do a whole fucking workout. I'm gonna warm up on the sets that I do on all of the stuff, right? So like I'm gonna go straight from this and just fucking overhead press 125. Like I'm gonna do warm up sets. All of that stuff is gonna still come into effect. So I just found it odd, right? And I find it odd because I really try to never interfere with anybody in the gym. Like unless I see somebody, and this has never happened. This is a line that I've drawn for myself because I just find it to be appropriate. And this is why I'm curious. Please let me know in the comments. I will not interfere with somebody or even like talk to them about their workout, interrupt them unless I see that they're going to hurt themselves because I don't want you to be hurt. It's bad for you to be injured, right? That is the one instance in which I would insert myself into somebody else's workout and be like, hey, this is what you should do. One time at this gym, I saw a guy who I perceived that he was looking for a handle. And so I was like, oh, here's this one. I just grabbed the one. I'm like, here's the one. That's not what he wanted. He was like, yeah, thanks. And then set it down and like moved on, right? Especially since then, I keep to my fucking self. I just mind my own goddamn business in the gym. And people go there like you don't want to be looked at. I don't want to be watched when I'm working out. It takes time to get yourself out of that mindset anyway, that people are watching you to just be comfortable doing what you're doing, right? So I don't like I just don't like that. I don't even like the feeling that people are watching me, even though I know some people are. I got to remove myself from that because I'm here for me. I'm trying to get fucking swole. I'm trying to be jacked. I'm trying to get broad, right? It's happening. I am getting fucking swole. So I'm trying to do all this stuff. I don't want to be worried about what somebody else is thinking about me and what I'm doing. You know, whether like, oh, this guy's ego lifting or he's not lifting heavy enough, like he's fucking weak, whatever, right? I don't want to be worried about that stuff. So I'm curious what your guys' take is, and this is like a super, very common question, but I'm just curious what your guys' take is on interacting, not even interacting, because I talk to people in the gym all the time, but like interfering, inserting yourself in somebody else's workout. And this was a very, very minor thing. That guy wasn't like, yo, quit being a pussy and get after it. He was like, yo, get the range of motion and like stretch your, so I get it. That's why I'm not mad about it, but I'm just curious what your guys' deal is, right? So while you're thinking about that, while you're hitting in the comments, this titty competition, this chess competition. I have a best friend named Trenton. Lives in Texas now. We talk all the time. Obviously, we're best friends. We were talking shit about how small each other's chests were, because Trenton's like, I got the chest of a 12-year-old. Kevin, I often ask for help. I'll see someone doing a workout and ask them what works and their suggestion. I didn't build my size in the gym, so why did I have... Totally. And I have done the exact same thing. I think that is fully valid, right? Asking for help. That's why I'm saying not interacting, because I talk to people all the time in the gym. There's been several people. I'm trying to be fucking swole. So if I see a dude who's swole, who's fucking jacked, yo, how did you get jacked? Like, what's your fucking deal? Saw a guy, two guys, who were obviously bodybuilders, like competing guys, fucking just chest as big as could be. As just bigger than fucking bowling balls for tits, right? Their fucking chests were huge. Dog. What is the key? They're obviously also juiced, right? We're gonna get into that later when we talk about Sam Sulek. Don't care about that, because even if you're juicing, you're still gonna put work in to get fucking huge. Some people respond really well and like it's whatever, but even if you are juiced, even if you are taking steroids, what I mean, you still have to work hard to get huge. So still I ask those guys, like, how do you fucking get a giant chest? Like, what's your deal with that? You know, and he's like, oh, fucking weighted dips, whatever. Like, he's got his own deal. Same deal. The Windeman, Justin, right? I talked about him all the time. Fucking huge shoulders. I've been meaning to, I have not, because I'm kind of a pussy, right? Sometimes, I don't know, I don't have a reason to, but I just didn't, but I want to. The guy's got fucking huge shoulders. Justin, Windeman. How do I get fucking huge shoulders? What are the key? What's your answer? What are the secrets to unlock the giant fucking round bulbous shoulders that I'm looking for? Same deal. Bowling balls on the guy's shoulders. You're gonna be able to tell me. He's also a Windeman, right? He puts in windows for a job. Part of it's gotta be his job. He's a fucking Windeman. Of course, he's just doing this shit all day, right? So no, I think that's totally valid. The asking for help thing, all that type of stuff, right? That's why I'm saying, like, I'm talking about stopping your workout to go over to somebody else working out. Like, hey, you should do this. That's what I like. In what case is that appropriate? Because I didn't feel that this was crossing a line or anything, but it also felt like it didn't necessarily need to be said, because I'm just fucking like hitting a fucking band. Like, I'm just warming up, you know?
You will hydrate, you will train, you will adjust to this desert, and you'll hydrate some more.
I don't talk to anyone. Bronson said that. There's two people that I talk to in the gym, right? It is the Windeman, and then he works out all the time with a guy named Ryan. The Windeman's name is Justin. Justin, if you're watching this, because I told him about this stream today, when you watch this, because hopefully you do, I call you the Windeman at home, because you do windows for a living. I don't call Ryan the barbecue man. I think sometimes I do, but I also just talk to Justin more. So anyway, those are really the only two dudes that I talk to in the gym. And then there's like an older couple who I see all the time. That dude, Don, maybe his name is, but he made a connection through like a guy that I work with. So that's the only other reason I talk to him. There's nobody else, and I'm not walking around like mean mugging or like don't fucking talk to me. I just kind of have that about me anyway, just like in the face department. I just don't necessarily look that approachable, I think. Not in like I'm intimidating, but I just look like a fucking mean sometimes, I think. So that I think deters a lot of people. So I try and smile at people, especially women, just to try and like, I'm not threatening. I am a nice person. You don't have to, whatever. Jordan calls it like dad vibes, you know? That like, it's not a creepy thing. It's like, I just want to, I'm safe. It's okay, you know? Especially because I'm not like approaching women to like try and pick them up or anything. I got a wife, I got kids, I get shit going on, you know? So it's just, if we're passing, if we're whatever, smile, everything is okay, it's gonna be all right. Yeah, so I don't really talk to that many people anyway. It's really just Justin, the Windeman, and then Ryan. And they kind of, you know, they like talk politics and stuff like that. And that's how I kind of like, the first time I talked to him was because I heard Justin talking about doing windows. I was like, yo, my house is old. I'm going to need windows. Can I have your phone number? Can I whatever? And then we just kind of started chopping it up. He's a veteran and has like this drop foot thing. And so we were talking about that one day, and then we were talking about work, and you know, maybe I can make you something if you need help for it. So we all just kind of fucking started whatever. And then kind of like hugged me for the first time last week. I'm not upset about Justin. Came out of nowhere. It is a thing that happened. I was doing lat pull downs, getting after it, getting fucking juiced, right? Getting jacked. And they walked by, I always give them the daps, like, yo, what's up? And Justin was like, nah, and he slapped my hand down and he came up, gave me a hug. It was nice, right? It was very sweet. Kevin, try looking like me, although people are terrified of me, even though I'm a teddy bear. For the most part, I can totally relate to that, bro. I have to make an effort tonight. 100%. Kevin knows exactly what I'm talking about. Bronson, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about too. Not that you fucking look scary, but Bronson's pretty big. He's got fucking tattoos, got a short haircut. He's fucking BC, dude. So you guys get it, right? You understand what I'm talking about. That it's just a thing. And it's like, it can be difficult, the extra effort. There was a woman that I saw in the gym today. I've never saw her yesterday for the first time. Same deal. I'm not looking at you. We walk past each other. I'm going to smile. I'm going to break my standard resting bitch face to smile at you so that you know. I don't fucking know. Not because I think that like all women are scared or anything. It doesn't matter. You understand. Kevin just said, you understand what I'm getting at, right? You understand why I do this. Just to want to make people feel comfortable. Women especially. Just feel safe. You're fine. Don't worry about it, right? So, whatever. But yeah, those are the only really two people. And I think that's a good thing. We're going to talk about Sam Sulek and Sam Watch later, right? And we'll talk about this because he talks about this culture and stuff all the time. I think that it's a good thing to have the buddies, to have that system. It can like help be really motivating. You know, I like going to the gym all the time. I go in the morning before work typically, so I'm there like 3:15 or 3:30, get it for like 45 minutes or an hour, and then get the fuck out of there, take a shower, and go to work. Right? So it's nice, and I would love to lift with more people, but that's just like a real hard time for people to want to get there and to be quick about it, and like really like it's very difficult for a lot of people to want to get after that early in the morning, and I understand that. I just don't live in that world. You gotta not contain yourself inside of this is difficult, so I don't want to do this. It's just a thing that you do. I've had a lot of people, I actually wrote this down to talk about it. I have had so many people, when I'm talking to them about working out, that they're like, oh, I could never do that. It's not just about working out, but going to the gym at 3:30, going before work, going super early. Like, I could never do that. Like, well, not if that's the mentality. If your immediate mentality, your immediate response is, I could never do that, then no, you could never do it. Like, of course not. Because you're immediately removing that as even an option for yourself, as a possibility, as soon as you think about it, right? It's not like I'm in the gym at 3:15 because it's really fucking awesome and I love being there at 3:15, right? It's kind of cool because there's not that many people there. I see the same like 10 people all the time, which is very nice. But it's not, I would rather go maybe like an hour later, you know, or 2 hours later. I still like to go early because I think that's the best time. Get up, get in the gym, get your fucking blood pumping, and then move on the rest of your day. It's just like a great way to start the day, I think. But it's just a thing that you do. Like it's about priorities and what matters more to you. It matters to me to be healthy and to be fit. I want to be fucking jacked. I want my wife to think that I'm hot. I want the people around me to think that I'm fucking strong, to see me and be like, that dude is healthy. That dude's obviously working hard. Like the cool thing, 100%, but you have to try, right? You have to try. And as you start doing it, and it's easy, right? It is not easy at first. It is very fucking difficult. It's a thing you have to work at over time, and eventually it becomes a habit. It's just part of the routine. It's part of the jam. I get up at 3 o'clock, I take a shit, I go to the gym. That's it. It's super fucking hard. You gotta pack all your shit the night before, all your lunch, your fucking bag, your clothes, your everything. Everything that I have is ready the night before so that I can just take a shit, brush my teeth, grab my stuff, pound my pre-workout, and then go. I'm out of the house in 15 minutes in the morning. That's the whole thing. That's the way to do it, right? It's hard. It's not fucking easy. It's just a thing that you do because you care more about this stuff, because you're willing to make that sacrifice to better yourself, right? I didn't care for a long time, and before Reason was born, I wanted to get in better shape because I was just heavier than I wanted to be. I wanted to be just in good shape. I wanted to be fucking strong. And then this time, I had lost more weight before going back, and I got into the gym, and I started like putting on a little bit of muscle early. It's like, I want to be fucking huge. I'm 30 now. I know that I can be healthy. I'm already in the best shape of my life. I want to see how fucking big and how cool looking I can fucking get before it's too late. I want to see how jacked and fucking freaky looking I can get before it's too late, right? Before it's going to be way too hard to dig myself out of a deficit or to peak the mountain to whatever, right? So I am 9 months into like serious, quote unquote, serious lifting. And I feel fucking awesome. And I'm starting to get jacked, and I couldn't be more fucking thrilled. 9 months, dude. And I'm just approaching it with the same mentality of everything else. You suck, none of it's good enough until I reach the goal, and then everything's gonna be fucking cool. That's my motivator, that's how I do it. It's not necessarily healthy, I don't think. Not even I don't think, I'm sure that it's not. I don't care, that's what works for me. That's what works for Larry, that's how Larry and I vibe so hard. It's like, you just gotta continue to beat yourself down in a healthy manner until you have rebuilt to greatness. And I think that's the fucking key. Just denigration. You fucking suck. Shooting. This is terrible. Why are you so fucking bad at shooting? You fucking suck. I'm better now. It's good, right? And it's not an outside thing, because other people talking shit just makes me mad. That doesn't make me better. I gotta beat myself down. I gotta shit on myself, and then I can get better. Kevin, like I said in our interview, you have to be curious as to what your full potential is. 100%. 100%.
You will hydrate, you will train, you will adjust to this desert, and you'll hydrate some more.
If you are not trying to live up to your full potential, you are wasting yourself. You are wasting your time, you are wasting potential, you are wasting energy. You gotta see what you can fucking do, man. So saying about working out, the cool thing about being fucking jacked is that you have to earn it. You have to earn it no matter what. Nobody can just give it to you. And until, you know, fucking like a year ago, you couldn't just like earn losing weight either. You had to fucking go after it hard like Kevin did. You have to be in the gym. You can't just fucking just dose up with Wegovy or whatever the fucking this shit is called and just move on with your day and just like lose 16% of your body mass in a year. It never worked that way before now. And being jacked, it still doesn't work that way. You still have to fucking try. Like I said, even if you're taking steroids, even if you're getting fucking, you're slamming dope into your arm to get huge, you can't do that and not lift and then get huge. Like you still have to go to the gym and work out. You still have to get the fuck after it to be huge. That's why it's fucking cool. That's why being huge is sick. That's why being jacked is sick. It's because you have to earn it. Nobody can give it to you, and it's an immediate thing that somebody can see, and as long as they're framing it correctly in their head and they're not being shitty about it, like, that guy worked fucking hard to get there. That woman worked hard to get there. Their body's incredible. That's hard work, right? Because it takes fucking years to be the kind of jack that I'm trying to fucking be, to be the kind of jack that Sam Sulek is, again, who is juiced, takes fucking years, right? And I'm not trying to be Sam Sulek. I am trying to be fucking jacked. But you can't, you have to earn that. That's why it's cool. That's why, especially conservatives of the right, people who believe in meritocracy are like leaning into that. That's why it's become such a staple of that breed of people. Excuse me. Is because you have to earn it. Because they believe in meritocracy and you can't take it from somebody. You cannot give it to somebody. You have to fucking earn it for yourself. That's like the purest embodiment of meritocracy, is being fucking jacked. This fucking, hey, you forgot the they-thems, they get jacked too. That's right, the they-thems get jacked too. That is true. Maybe even more jacked, because if you're fucking taking steroids all the time, you're taking different hormones, you might be fucking huge. So, the chest competition, that's why we fucking started talking about this. God, I'm glad to be back. Okay, so the titty competition with Trenton, right? So we're talking shit about each other's boobs, because Trenton's like, hey, I got the chest of a 12-year-old. Like, well, mine's not too bad, but I'd like it to be bigger. You know, my bench is mad weak, partially because my shoulders are just fucking shitty, right? But also my chest is mad weak. I remember benching for the first time in junior high and being terrible and just being like, never again. Like, I'm going to avoid this as much as I can forever, which was a huge mistake, because now I'm 30 and I can't fucking bench like I can bench like 150 pounds. It's nothing, right? Which like is what it is. But everyone knows that goal is 225. Everybody's goal in the gym is benching 225 for a couple reps, right? That's everybody wants to fucking do that. So even though it's like, I don't know if it's true, but you know, I've seen like the Instagram statistics that it's only like 1% of the world can bench press 225 like for reps. I don't know if that's true. I would believe it because it's fucking hard. Benching in general is fucking hard, and doing 225 pounds, which is heavier than most people are, more than once, is fucking difficult. You have to be super fucking strong. And I mean, you could argue all day, we're getting real strength, gym strength, blah, 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 blah. You gotta be fucking strong to do that. That's why it's fucking cool. So we're doing this chest competition. We decided that we're gonna do a chest, and we're gonna see who can get the bigger fucking titties in yet to be determined amount of time, because I asked him today, like, hey, how long should we go? And I never got an answer. We can actually look in Signal right now. Yeah, he even opened it and never said anything. I said, this Sunday, let's measure our chest and take a picture. How long should we go for? Because we decided, we're like, how are we even going to go about this? What's the parameters going to be? How do we decide? So we're just going to measure, because he was concerned about lats. He's like, well, what about our fucking lats? Like, whatever. Like, you're not going to bias it so bad that your lats are getting huge and they're overtaking your chest. It's just not going to happen. The fact that I can stream standing up is a serious game changer for me. This is going to be great. Especially for potted plants later, this is going to be necessary. This is, guys, we're changing fucking games right now. I can't believe this. I get all this room for activities. I gotta finish up the top of this fucking wall. Okay, so we're going to measure, or I gotta wear a different fucking shirt. This is so stupid. Black in the fuck, I can't look jacked in black. Okay, so we're gonna measure around the chest, over the nipples and around, right? Because like I said, you're not gonna bias your lats so fucking hard till Christmas that it's gonna overtake like the chest gains, and then your measurements are gonna be retarded because of that, right? So we're gonna take some pictures. We're gonna take some proper poses. I think we're gonna fucking hit him like this, however you fucking, you know, hands. We're gonna fucking hit the side chest. We're gonna get some bicep in there. It's gonna be fucking nasty, right? We're gonna get some measurements. We're gonna go around the boobies. Trent's gonna have to get his sister to measure for him. I have a wife, idiot. So we're gonna do that, and we'll see whose chest can grow more. I'm gonna say till Christmas, because that seems like a reasonable thing. That's 3 solid months from now, almost exactly, if we set the date. I mean, Sunday will be the 21st, right? So that's pretty fucking close. I think that's pretty good. So we're gonna do this chest competition, and you guys are going to be able to follow along, and it's going to be great. I'm going to do something else. I was thinking a lot this morning about, like, I'm going to say creating content, but that's not exactly what I'm talking about. Just about, like, what we're doing here, right? And I have some other stuff in the works that I'm speaking to Colin about, that I'm speaking to my wife about. There's some entertainment style videos. It's going to be a series that I'm going to be doing. That's all that I want to say. I don't want to leak too much, but I do feel comfortable saying that because I am actively in the works of doing this thing. So it is a thing that I'm doing. But I've been thinking about, like, trying to incorporate fitness a little bit more as well, just because it's a thing that I'm so into. But I've been actively avoiding doing like a gym reveal or anything. I feel weird about it. First of all, just because, like, I don't know, like, I have like a wife, she doesn't care, but it feels inappropriate to me that I'm just like fucking, hey everyone, go look how good I look, right? Like, that's like what that's about. If you're just sharing like shirtless pictures of yourself, that's all the point is. Make sure neither of you are barrel chested. I'm barrel chested, so I have a big chest without benching much weight. My Viking genetics come in handy sometimes. That's true. He's small. Trenton's like, I wish that I could show you the picture that he sent me, because his chest is nothing. Like, I was pretty shocked. See, she's into it. So this is what I'm getting at for the review, right? I think that in January, I'm going to do like a 1-year reveal progress from the gym, right? So I'll take the first photos that I took in January of this year, and then I will put them directly next to the photos from January of 2026, and we'll be able to see, obviously, this, you guys know what the fuck I'm talking about, right? Then I take several photos every time I go to the gym, just for progress pictures every time, right? The boys, the Amblemen, they've seen some of these photos because they have gotten a sneak peek. The point being, I take photos every time, right? So I have a year, 5 photos at a time of what this transformation is going to be. So I'm also going to put together a time lapse, I think, of just like boom, 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 every fucking picture that I've got for that year. And that will be kind of the introduction to this aspect of SOS, is like, and I'm not fucking trying to compete. I'm not like a professional. I don't know what I'm doing, but I think that it's good motivation. You know, I watch some bodybuilding stuff, and we'll talk about that later in Sam Watch, but Sam Sulek, Will Tennyson, like some of these people, I watch their content all the time, not only because they're fucking huge and I want to look like that, but because it's like inspirational to me. That dude's getting after it in the gym, and it's happening every day. So I think that I might just post just like a pose down, you know, just a quick pose down video, like just the days I hit the gym, which is Thursday through Friday. So 4 days a week, we'll just hit a fucking quick pose down, throw it up on YouTube or something, and just kind of like walk away. I think that will be a cool thing, a nice little addition to the repertoire, the stuff that we're doing. I think that'll be cool. So that's kind of what I have going for this thing. I had this, the other video. This is not, but I have then also the other video series that I'm working on that is also entertainment focused. It is culinarily focused. That's the last thing I'm going to say. Culinarily focused, entertainment focused. It's going to be great. I'm very excited. So we have this titty competition. It's going to be going. I'm actually going to tell Trenton right now, you guys can be, see, I am live talking about the titty comp. Let's go until Christmas. Okay, let's see what he says. I think that he'll probably agree. He said that he was going to be watching. He's my best friend, so he should be. And we'll just kind of see where we go from there. It's going to be fantastic. So let's see what we have next on the docket, right? Gym etiquettes. Oh, okay. So here's the other thing. One last thing about the gym. People eat in the gym sometimes. There's like a intra workout thing that people do. They will like have a snack or you know, like a carb drink or fucking whatever the fuck in the middle of their workout. The woman that I saw, the young gal that I said, like I saw her for the first time yesterday, then walked past her smell, she was warming up, and I saw, again, let me preface this again, because I really, really try not to watch people, but I saw that she was eating. It is 3:30 in the morning. I am very curious what you're eating at 3:30 in the morning. She was crushing red Doritos at 3:30 in the morning. I'm not judging. I think that's crazy. That's why Trenton said I will win. He is watching. You will not win. That is impossible. I told you, you have unlocked a demon inside of me that you don't fucking understand. You don't even know. We've been friends for a decade. You don't know what we're doing here. 15 years we've been friends. You don't know what's going on. You can't see it. I'm changing during the break so you can fucking see. These things are getting fucking huge, dude. You can't see it. God, the donut. The donut is blocking me. Trent's gonna lose. There are handfuls already. I'm telling you, you don't understand what you've asked for. You don't understand what you've done. So this girl was crushing Doritos in the gym, which I just thought was fucking, not even just in the gym, at 3:30 in the morning. That's what I thought was crazy. I can't eat, and I can barely drink water at 3:30. I gotta like pound water after my pre-workout before I go to the gym to make sure I'm hydrated. I gotta pound water in the gym to make sure I'm hydrated, because I will make myself sick if I don't. At least some parts of you will be a handful. Wow, okay, you saw the in-body scan. You saw that my dick weighs 75 pounds. So I don't even want to hear about what things are and aren't on handfuls. We're just gonna switch to the side view because I'm doing a lot of, I'm gonna have to zoom in on the side view. A little bit too much dick in the side view, but that's all right. We're here. I'm gonna close my curtains a little bit. I'm exposing some of the background. You guys can't look at this yet. I'm going to go to the main shot. I'm going over. We're closing. I knocked over a water bottle. It's empty. All right. There you go. There, we'll close it. You guys aren't allowed to see behind the curtain. It's a fucking secret. It's where the actual garage exists. So the Doritos in the gym I thought was crazy, right? I thought that was a wild fucking thing. But it's not for me to decide. Again, I'm interested what you guys think both about the Doritos in the gym because it's at 3:30, but also about the times in which it is appropriate to intervene with people in the gym, because I'm very curious.
You will hydrate, you will train, you will adjust to this desert, and you'll hydrate some more.
Okay, some other things that have been going on this week. It's been a big week. I have all these drops. I've got 10 fucking drops on here, and that's the one I use all the time. Because I'm always fucking drinking water. When I was with Colin, it didn't matter. I could just drink water when he was talking, and now that he's not here, I gotta have something that happens when I drink for fucking 5 seconds at a clip. I have some other drops that we're gonna have next time that I'm here because I just didn't have time to cook them up. I have a Sam Hyde drop that I'm gonna be putting in here. We have the Sam Reed one from last week. Maybe.
This might sound dumb, but I wanted it to like be art.
Talk more about that in Sam Watch. But I've got a Sam Hyde one that I want to put in here. I've got Candace Owens one that I got to put in here. I was watching Candace Owens earlier this week. She's talking about the Charlie Kirk shooting, and she was going over like the conversation with the family and then some of the theories around it, and she's like, I don't know, it sounds pretty fake and gay to me. And she's like, there will be no fakeness and there will be no gayness. And just you guys know how Candace Owens is, just the smugness in her voice. There will be no fakeness and there will be no gayness. It was fucking absolute, it was comedy. It was absolutely beautiful. So we'll have some more drops for you guys as well next time. And it's gonna be fantastic. I know we're gonna be walking in. He's gonna be clapping. Thank you. I know the drops are fantastic. Thank you. I made them myself. Thank you. So it's been quite a week. We have a lot of things that are going on. School is starting all over the country. My son started school this week. He's homeschooling. So my wife is doing a bulk of that work. She's running a bakery. She's homeschooling. She's doing all of the things, right? So we're homeschooling. He is doing a program through the local district in which like once a week he can go in to a school, and they have like homeschool days. So all of the kids who are homeschooled in the district come to this place for a couple hours once a week, and they get together and they socialize and they do all the stuff, right? Because they also obviously expect that we're gonna have him in sports and we're doing other shit so that he's meeting kids and doing regular social stuff so that he's not a fucking freak, right? Obviously, and that's our intent. So he's doing those things. We're gonna have him in sports. He's doing ice skating right now, which kind of backfired a little bit, but we're doing tennis. We have things that are gonna be happening, right? You've got him in sports. We're doing all the right stuff. So he's homeschooling, and as that happens, we're having conversations with other people. There was like some fucked up vaccination stuff that happened. We had to get a vaccination for him, and like we just don't really do that, you know. I don't know enough about it to sit here and don't get your kids vaccinated. This is why we didn't do it. This is why whatever. My wife, I trust her and she has a majority of that information. My perspective is very much one of just informed consent. It's shit that I don't understand. And so it feels better to me to allow them to make that decision when they're older if they want to get that stuff. Maybe I'm poisoning my community. Maybe I'm killing everyone. I don't know. That's just what seems like it makes the most sense to me. So I've had a lot of these conversations lately about vaccines, but also about homeschooling in general. And I was talking to one of my coworkers, and her kids started school a week before mine. She's got 4 kids. She's like, man, they're like in different schools, and each different school has an app that they're using, and then like I have to communicate with the teachers, and they're all doing sports, and each sport has a different app that like the scheduling is done in, and this is doing, and their homework, and then this happening, and the check-ins, and then this. Like that sounds like a lot of work. Like that sounds like a ton of fucking work, right? Like even more work than we're doing to homeschool. And she's like, I know, you're just sitting over there thinking like, man, it's fucking this easy. Like, I mean, it is like the homeschooling is a simple thing, right? And he's 6. That is what it is, but I'm sure we'll get more complicated as it goes on. But just the way that it was being described sounds like a hassle. And if your deal, feel like into public school, part of the jam with that is that your kids are, someone else is doing their education. Like that's part of why you're into it, right? But it seems like that's kind of backfiring now because you're doing so much shit when they're at school. Presumably they're at school because you have a job. That's what I would assume, because if you don't have a job, then I would hope that you would be like educating your own children. That's just what I would hope. Not everybody's into it. That's my own personal biases that I'm putting on you. But I it just didn't make that much sense, right? So I'm having this conversation with her, and we're kind of going back and forth, and she's like, I think that it's good, you know, the diversity and this and this, and it just sounded like the vibe that I was getting from her was that she was defending her choice to public school when I wasn't. I'm not questioning your choice to public school. So that leans to me, that tells me that, like, you're thinking about it. And I think she was pretty open about that. So I'm not trying to, like, I really pulled this out of her. But I think there's like a huge hesitancy to homeschool. And so there is kind of this general defense about it. And so she's like, yeah, I know, you know, I think the diversity is good, and having to learn with other people, and learn about other people, and see the whatevers. And like, we don't live in like an insanely diverse area. There's like a ton of Pacific Islanders around here, big Pacific Islander population because of the location and the military and stuff. But outside of that, it's not like an insanely diverse area. It has increased in the last few years as generalized immigration in the country has increased. So I just was like confused by that. And one of our other questions was like, so what does Jordan do with the kids like for the rest of the day? What do you do for the rest of the day? That's my question. Normal shit. Like, they're just doing normal kid stuff. They're playing, and they're just with her doing stuff. That's what you do. That's what else would you be doing? What are you doing when your kids are in school? You're cleaning your house and shit. It's all normal stuff. This is what people do. Like, that's part of the benefit to homeschooling. You learn to be a normal fucking person. I get that there's like this huge stigma around socialization, like all of this shit. But when you're an adult, you just do normal adult shit. The earlier you learn to do those things, the better you're going to be at doing normal adult shit. They spend an immense amount of time with their mother, who's running a business, right? They spend a lot of time with me at Bennick, so while I'm also working. So I find it extremely valuable for them to be getting that level of exposure to the different layers of a business from a strict production level. That I've worked there for long enough. I work very intimately with my bosses, and now we do a lot of things together. I'm very involved in the company, but I don't run it by any means. I'm just a worker there. Give me just one second. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that was. Is it the ghost? I don't know. That was super. I heard like something drop. So I don't know. The dog is upstairs because she won't come and fucking hang out with me and be a studio dog. The kids are asleep because that was my first immediate concern. Was like, fuck, Dax has been awake this whole time. We totally have a ghost, but he's harmless. I'm sure he heard one of the kids or the dog. Yeah, I don't know. I don't, like I said, it sounded like I heard something drop. I don't see anything in here. I do have an immense amount of shit just leaned all over the place. So it could be anything. Doesn't matter. I just really didn't want it to be the kids. So the point being, right? It just was like a really interesting conversation that felt like it was very like defensive of the decision to choose public school when like I'm not critical of that choice. But it is interesting to me how many people are obviously considering homeschooling just because of how difficult it is to public school. It's so much more work than it was when I was a kid, that it seems like if you can have more influence in your kid's life, be a better influence, a stronger influence, and kind of have more control is not the right word, because it's not like I'm trying to dictate exactly what they do and like control their whole aspect of their life, but the more things that I guess control isn't inherently the wrong word, because the goal is to like keep them safe and make them good, right? That's the whole idea. So the longer you can try and protect them in an educated manner from a lot of the bullshit, then why wouldn't you? And if you can avoid them being exposed to so many of the things that we're seeing that we don't agree with, where people questioning your views or trying to subvert them away from what you believe in, why wouldn't you try and do that? And again, I'm not questioning anybody for not homeschooling. I'm not judging you because not everyone's in a position to do so. And it's not simple. I'm certainly not sitting here being like, I just fucking homeschool, right? From my perspective, it has been relatively simple because I'm not doing a lot of that. Like Jordan is doing a ton of that. But it is an immense amount of work that not only from the educational perspective, but from the social perspective as well, to make sure that they are well-rounded, that they're not fucking freaks, right? All of that takes extra work. Homeschooling is great because everything you do as an adult can be turned into a learning. That's precisely what I'm talking about when I'm saying regular people stuff, right? Is that all of the stuff that you're doing not only is a lesson, because most shit involves science or math or whatever the fuck in some type of way, but it's also a thing that you're going to have to learn to do when you're an adult. All of the stuff that I'm doing, you are also going to have to do. Why shouldn't you just know how to do it when you're fucking 9 and then you're an adult already? Like, it just doesn't... To be self-sufficient is a good thing. And I'm not saying whatever, that I'm going to have them. It doesn't even fucking matter. To be self-sufficient is a good thing. I don't even need to qualify that. That is a good thing. I feel like being a public school parent is about managing, and being a homeschool parent is more hands-on. I agree. You are just kind of, especially the way that it was described to me, just the apps, you're just kind of monitoring everything. You're just seeing it happen like in front of you. And that feels weird to me. The whole idea, they're your kid. That's the whole idea, is to like be involved in that, to be in the thing, hands-on experience. So it just seems weird to me. It just doesn't make that much sense to me. I don't get it. I don't understand, but that's okay. So we're fucking homeschooling, right? So I get it. We didn't run into, but we had the issue with the vaccinations. This has been a big topic of conversation lately. And I'm interested kind of to open the conversation about, because I don't exactly know. That's why I want to get you guys' input, because I don't totally know what my take is on it yet. There's been a lot of criticism, and I'll see if I can pull up one of these things. Let's see, copy. We'll go over to the Signal chat. Let's see what where this pulls up on Spotify and stuff. But I have like some clips from Crystal Ball from Breaking Points talking about the ill effects of people choosing not to vaccinate their children. No, we don't even need the clips. It doesn't matter. How it's dangerous, and we're making other people sick, and we're pretty much giving everyone the finger by not wanting to vaccinate our kids, and we're endangering the community. And, you know, what about this level of agreement? And I'm just, first of all, I'm not convinced by that argument. I'm just not. What I owe you is very limited. And it certainly does not extend to injecting substances into my body so that you can feel more comfortable. That's not my responsibility. I just have a really difficult time with anybody impressing upon me something that I need to do because of your feelings. I'm inherently against that. Through all of this, you need to make a better argument. All of the time, not just in this particular discussion, through any discussion. And we're going to talk about that later when we talk about Tim Pool, right? Your job is to make a better argument. It's not to scare me or to tell me that it's my responsibility or that I'm killing your children if I don't do this. It's not how this works. You don't get to coerce me via fear into doing what you want. If you want me to do something, I need you to make a better argument so that I understand why you think that I should do it. And if it is a good idea and there is science behind it and there is whatever, then ideally I would also understand those things based on your explanation, right? So we ran into something, my mother-in-law, vaccinations, make a better argument, okay? So we ran into this issue with the doctor. my son's doctor, that when we went to make it, but Jordan was there for the first discussion. I wasn't there, and I was just only there for a brief interaction the second time. But there was a miscommunication. The doctor believed that we were going there to like re-up all of Dax's vaccinations and get him up to date with all the stuff. He got a bunch of them when he was first born and stuff. We just didn't make those choices. We didn't know better, right? The vaccine schedule has become absurd. 72. It's crazy. They're kind of redoing some things now right now. So at a certain point, we just kind of just chilled. We just backed off. I think Reason has like maybe 3 vaccines or something. And we just backed off. We just wanted to wait, you know? Like I said, I just didn't feel right making this choice for them. When I don't fucking know what's in there. Like, I don't know what it means, you know? My understanding, I'm not trying to propagate misinformation, disinformation, whatever. My understanding is that the level of scrutiny these vaccines have undergone is not necessarily as high as maybe it would make me feel comfortable. So I just would rather wait and let them choose when they're an adult, and they can do that, and they should be just fine. The vast majority of people are making this decision, and I'm not saying like, well, because they're doing it, I don't have to. I think everyone should make their own choices, and because most people are choosing to, it really shouldn't be that big of a deal. It's, you know, and I'm like, I understand the concerns, I understand the dangers, I understand all of these things, and obviously my children's safety is paramount to me. Their freedom and their choice and their ability to be unencumbered and undisabled and unhindered matters more to me. So that's where I'm leaning, is I want you to make these decisions. We are finding more and more information out all the time about medicine in general, modern medicine, vaccines, all kinds of different treatments that we just kind of rush out and give to people and then figure out what happens 50 years down the line, and we're like, damn, that sucks, everyone has cancer now. I just don't want to live in that when we find out that, if we find out that they're fucking people up, you know? There is a documentary supposed to come out next month that is called, I just saw the trailer for it this week, that is called An Inconvenient Study, that supposedly brings to light a very, very, very large study that was done on vaccines that pretty much just shows that they fuck you up, right? That they just, all of these problems happened with people who got vaccines, and like none of the problems with people who didn't. Only the trailer. It is only the trailer that I have seen. I am not saying whether or not this is true. I'm just telling you that I've seen this movie is coming out.
You will hydrate, you will train, you will adjust to this desert, and you'll hydrate some more.
Thank you, Captain. So I've just seen that it's coming out. I don't know what's going to happen with this, but I'm interested. One of the people who was on it, I believe his name was Peter McCullough, who was one of the guys who was on Joe Rogan, who was one of the doctors on Joe Rogan, who just had all of the bona fides in the world, and people still shitted him. They still said that he was lying and that he's killing people and all this stuff. So I'm very interested to see what comes of this movie, and what comes of the documentary, the information, the study, because this conversation just isn't going anywhere. I have seen specifically Crystal Ball and then Kyle Kalinske talk about how more and more people are getting sick, these diseases are coming back. I don't know, dude. I just am not even close to well informed enough to discuss things on that term. And that's why it's like a rights-based discussion for me, is just, I'm not going to call it a right, because we're going to get into rights a little bit later, and we've discussed them a ton, right? If someone can take it away from you, it's not a right, that's a privilege, right? I certainly have the freedom to be skeptical. I am definitely allowed to be skeptical. I am definitely allowed to not believe you and to be inherently skeptical of the modern medical system because of what we've seen in the last few years. I'm definitely allowed to do that. I absolutely have that freedom, and no one around me should be judging me for making that decision, because it's fucking wise. That's smart to not take everything that you say at face value, especially when it comes to your health and things you're putting in your fucking body, and then move on. That's crazy. That's retarded thinking, quite literally, and I'm not gonna be involved in that. I'm not gonna be drugged down to that level because you are comfortable saying yes. That's fine, then keep doing that. I think that's great. I don't want to. I have the freedom to do that. And because we're talking about my body, my children's bodies, I definitely have the right to choose what goes into my body. 100%. No doubt about it. The community-based argument, I just have a very difficult time. It's not convincing to me. Let's take a brief moment. The studies are showing unvaccinated or delayed vaccinated children are healthier than those who follow the recommended schedule. I agree. So it just, to me, seems very logical and seems the most respectful of my children and their choices. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to do the thing that seems right. That's what I'm going to do every time. I'm not going to do it because you think that I should or because you want me to be scared. And that's where I was going, right? As we had this conversation, Jordan had a conversation with the doctor. She got him in and the doctor's like, all right, well, we only need like 4 vaccines today. And Jordan's like, no. I actually, we just have to get the one. And I came here to get the waiver signed for the other ones. The doctor was like immediately, well, you know he could die. You know this could happen. You know this could happen. He could lose this. This could happen. And this is what I don't appreciate, right? I appreciate that you don't agree. I appreciate whatever your viewpoint is. You need to provide a better argument for this than to just make me feel like a fucking retard. You need to provide a better argument than just, well, what if he dies? What if you inject him with that and then he dies right afterwards? What is your argument for that? Though that never happens. That's fucking cool. People still die, right? There's a whole fund the government has just to pay people out for when their kids die or get fucked up in vaccinations. Your tax dollars go to it. So I don't want to hear, well, what if this happens? That's my concern. What if you inject him with that and then he fucking dies because you don't know what's in it? Then what? Sorry, here's your check. Sorry that your fucking kid is dead. Fuck you. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to play that fucking game with it. It's my son. That's my son. That's my seed in my heir. I'm not going to just let you do whatever you want because, no, that's crazy. And the fact that most parents are doing that is fucking crazy. You're not taking time out of your day, someone's day, because I didn't fucking do it. Jordan did. I trust her though. I've invested my time and my love and my care and my passion and my investment in a partner that I can fucking trust. I know that you're making the right decision for our kids. So I don't need to double check your work all the time. Yeah, I guess you actually did read the study correctly. I trust you. I trust you're doing the right thing. That's a good thing. More people should be able to do that. Shouldn't be fucking scared by medical professionals because you don't agree with what I'm saying, right? When you do that, again, you're not convincing me. You're not telling me that I should do that. You're not making me feel like that's a good idea. You're turning me away to go and watch YouTube and hear more dumb shit that you think that I'm already fucking watching. So what good does that do anybody for you to be shitty about it because you don't agree? Your whole fucking job is to give people vaccines, right? That's your job, is to give them to people. Why don't you make me feel like it's a good idea? You just hear that I don't want to do it. You're like, fuck these people. They're too far gone. They're too crazy. Right? They're too fucking crazy. It's crazy that I would want informed consent. It's crazy that I would want to know that all the shit that I'm putting into my kid and my body has been double placebo blind fucking tested to know that that's crazy. That's insane. I'm not going to live in that world. That's stupid. I'm going to remove myself from that. I'm not going to play that fucking game. That's dumb. So just seems silly to me. And so I'm interested to hear your guys' take on the community thing, because I just don't particularly buy it. I understand it logically. I don't agree. I'm just unconvinced by that argument. So it is important to find a pediatrician who supports you in your decision. Your homeschool co-op is a good resource for finding like-minded parents or doctors. You know what? That's kind of how we got here, right? Is the first doctor that we had when Dax was first born was actually my wife's pediatrician when she was a child. So we're like, man, we'll just fucking go with this lady, right? So when Dax was a baby, hey, I think that we want to do a delayed schedule. I just think we don't want to pack them all in immediately. She's like, I mean, if that's what you want, that's fine, but they've all been tested together. And she talked with her eyes closed. She's like, so they've all been tested together, and so there really isn't any concern. This is how they're supposed to be delivered, and so it's fine. At that time, when Dax was 1 then, so 5 years ago, 5.5 years ago. I was 25, fucking, I don't know, 5 years ago, right? I didn't know what the fuck I'm doing. Very first kid, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. That's like pre-COVID even. So I still believe in medicine and doctors, and like they're not trying to really kill me that much any more than normal, right? They're all trying to give us medicine and stuff all the time, but they really do want us to be healthy even though they're trying to make us sick, right? I still believe that at that time. So as doctors, like, it's really okay to all test together. If that's what you want to do, then that's fine, but I don't think we really need to. Like, all right, then fuck it, right? I know you know what you're talking about. You're a fucking doctor. Like, why wouldn't I trust you? You know what you're talking about. 5 years later, we've seen a lot of things happen. COVID, just all of it's like the biggest example, right? A lot of stuff happened since then that maybe makes us think that just kind of immediately taking somebody's opinion just because of what their title is isn't necessarily the best thing to do, right? You think they're the expert. You would hope that they would be the expert. A lot of them don't spend as much time they should do researching, learning new shit, right? We know that. So we ended up trying to find a different pediatrician. When my daughter was born, like, we need a different pediatrician who is going to let us do what we want and not like force us to do what she wants, right? So that's how we ended up here at this clinic that we're at now, because we heard all around like, yeah, these people were the shit. They're cool with like delays and with whatever. When we wanted to delay, they were cool. When we just wanted to just space them out, they were cool with it. It's only they got shitty just when we didn't want to do it. And we just haven't, we don't fucking go to the doctor ever because we're fucking awesome and we keep everyone healthy, and they're just balling. So like, even when we did, like, we gotta give him a fucking checkup. It's been however long. Like, he's perfect. He's great. He's very tall. He's very big. He's very strong. Everything's wonderful. Like, well, shit. Good thing we did that, right? So it just doesn't, like, you wouldn't think that it should be that difficult, because it's not like I went in there and started talking about how vaccines are poison and they're trying to fucking like inject us robots, right? We didn't say anything like that. We just said that we didn't want to do that. That seems like a very reasonable point to begin a discussion. If I'm just telling you, I just don't think that's a good idea. You can even preface it with like, listen, I'm not trying to argue with you. It's your kid. You do what you want. I just want to, are you open to this? Give me some literature. Give me some fucking something other than, well, you're killing your son by not fucking giving him this. I just think that's really shitty. And the bedside manner is dog shit. The convincing argument is dog shit. It's just all bad. I just don't agree even in the slightest with that tactic. I find it to be borderline offensive. And so we will be finding a new doctor. We don't really have a choice. I don't think they want us there anymore. And we will just kind of cross that point when we come to it, I guess. But yeah, so I'm interested in what you guys think about the community argument, because I don't buy it. And, you know, part of Crystal's whole deal is that, like, this is a sign of societal collapse. This is like the first stage of societal collapse, that people don't give a shit about their neighbors anymore. They don't care about the community. Those people don't care about me. The people that we live around don't give a shit about me. I'm an outlier here as far as my opinions go, my political beliefs, the sheer fact that I want you to not pay your taxes or any of your fees or any of that shit, right? A political outlier. Immediately. I've been to town halls. I've asked questions. I have been frowned at. I have been hissed at. That's a real thing. So I just don't buy the community, you know, gathering argument of like, well, it's all fucking la-di-da and everything's great if you just do what we say you should do. I don't believe that. I don't agree with you, especially in this area. We'll get into this later. There's a lot of people who don't like what I believe and would rather see me dead. So I just don't buy that argument, because you're scared I need to do a thing that you think that I should do, or else I'm a piece of shit. But that's just me. What the fuck do I know, right?
You will hydrate, you will train, you will adjust to this desert, and you'll hydrate some more.
So I'm interested in what you guys think. They're also talking about, Crystal Dawson, I'm looking at my notes. They're like, you know, this just means that people trust RFK more than they trust this. The people trust, you know, these people more than they trust the government, or they trust scientists. I don't know if I trust RFK. I don't know. I know that when I heard him talk, he seemed like a genuine person. He seemed like he gave a fuck. I know that I have, for some reason, like a weird soft spot in my heart for JFK. And so the fact that he's a Kennedy does bear emotional weight for me. And I really try and push that aside because it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, I'm 30 years old. What connection do I have to JFK? None at all. It doesn't make any sense. I don't get that. But I just hearing him talk, it felt like that's the vibe I got. That's the feeling that I get from him, is that like you actually give a fuck about trying to keep people healthy. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know, because I think that in a lot of cases with the Trump administration, we were like really badly tricked. We allowed ourselves to be fooled in a lot of ways. So I don't know if that's true. I don't know if I'm just being ignorant and hanging on to false hope for aspects of the government. I don't know. I don't know why I trusted RFK more. It seemed like he gave a shit, and the people that were already there I know didn't. So maybe that's what it is. But again, I'm really, really, really curious what your guys' deal is with the community, whether or not that bears weight with you guys, that we need to be doing it for the good of the community. So let's go ahead and we'll get into our main part of the show, right? Our last kind of fun, entertaining bit, and then we'll get into the real meat of what's going on here now that we're an hour and 20 in, right? Last stream, I was disappointed I wasn't able to hit Sam Watch, right? Sam Watch is a new segment that we're going to be doing. It's going to be very consistent, very, very consistent, because I'm obsessed. Sam Watch is a compilation of the 3 Sams that I have become deeply, deeply obsessed with over the last few months. I watch their content every single day. I can't get them out of my head. I'm obsessed. Right, so this is a 3-chain branch. This is the Sam Watch, the Sam tree that we have going on here. So we have, if I can open a new fucking window, boom, new window. Okay. Sorry, I'm working these double screens. I'm still figuring this bullshit out, exactly how all these things work. Okay, we're going to go to youtube.com. So the Sam tree is a 3-chain tree. You guys can see in the thumbnail, I had them above my hand. The first one I think that we'll talk about, let's see, how do I have them written down? How do I present them? I have Sam Sulek as the first one, right? So we'll talk about Sam Sulek first. Sam Sulek is a fucking bodybuilder. He is a fucking Greek god of a human being. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. I am fairly certain that I randomly came across one of his videos on Instagram and was like shocked by the way that he looked, and I was starting to get into the gym at that time, and that's why I was getting more and more of this content, and it just was fucking incredible, right? It became incredible. So we will look him up here, and then we'll also go to his Instagram. I think that's a good idea too. I should have probably had all this shit up, but that's how cool I am. So I watched Sound Creepier. You know, I feel a little bit creepy about it, but I accept that reality. So it is what it is. So here, let me show you guys his YouTube first. I am dancing right on the edge of the screen. Article view. This is Sam Sulek. Dude's a freak. He's huge. He is fucking giant, right? He's also like 23. Okay, so these are some of the most recent videos from Sam Sulek. We're on the Salt of the Streets. We're gonna hit him. We're gonna hit subscribe. Obviously, I watch all these things on my own personal YouTube, not on Salt of the Streets YouTube. So these are some of his last videos. He's putting out a video every single day that is somewhere between like 12 and 45 minutes or an hour. That is car talks. He's talking on the way to the gym, right? Then he's talking while he's in the gym, he's lifting. This is what I'm doing. These are the movements that I'm doing. This is what I'm lifting. And it's not too crazy, too much talking while he's in the gym, while he's lifting. But then he'll do a fucking sick pose down when he's done, because he's gigantic, right? You guys can see exactly how fucking huge he is. So he's gigantic. So he'll hit a fat pose down when he's done and show you exactly what he's got going on, what he hit that day. So right now, he's in the cut, okay? And he's bodybuilding. He's in a legit professional bodybuilder. So he did his first competition last year. He did like the Arnold Classic, and he was hitting that, and he was crazy. The videos and stuff that came out, I'm sure if we go back far enough in this, we'll be able to see those things. So right now he's in the cut, right? If you guys have never bodybuilded before, I'm new to this, so it's not like I'm sitting here being a fucking expert, right? He's in the cut right now, which means that he's cutting body fat. He's trying to trim down the things that you just built. When you're done cutting, you hit a fucking bulk session, right? You increase the amount of calories you're eating, your proteins and your carbohydrates and stuff like that. You try to put on some fucking muscle for a couple months, which also you have to put on some body fat while you're doing that because you're gaining weight. You hit your bulk, you're done with your bulk, you start fucking cutting, right? Start to get smaller. So he's calling this one Cutzilla. That's what this one is called. It's Cutzilla. And he's on what? The last one was today. Cutzilla day 34, arms chasing the pump, right? So that's where he's at. You can see, if we just hover, the beginning is this car talk, right? He's talking on the way to the gym. This is often very inspirational, right? These things are, this is my mentality about lifting. This is what I've been thinking about today. This is what I'm doing here. We'll pick a random and we'll watch it for a few minutes just so we can fucking get after it, right? So he was in the cut, or he's in the cut right now on the Cutzilla. You can go back a little bit, and then we're in the off season, right? So we're in the off season here. This is when he's bulking, he's lifting heavier, he's eating more, he's getting crazy, right? He also just signed with Gymshark, which is like a very big gym clothing brand. So that's this video here is the signing day. He did a fat fucking crazy lift. Chris Bumstead, who is like a 6-time Mr. Olympia, and then with David Lade, no idea who the fuck David Lade is. He's another Gymshark guy, obviously. Let's just pick this one. Off-season day 121, 545-pound quad destruction. So we'll just take a quick look at this video so you guys can get an idea of who Sam Sulek is, who we're investing our time in, and why we love this content, because it is in fact fantastic. So internet's super slow. We're figuring that out. We're tapped in. This is a little bit loud. Right? The classic beginning. The guy's fucking giant. He's 23. This documentary you guys can see over here, The Rise of Sam Sulek. I watched that yesterday. We'll talk about that a little bit more. It goes into his personal life.
All right. I have, this is one thing that I've been kind of pondering about my leg training.
Here we go.
That I kind of really miss.
So, and I mean, just check this, right? Just before, so look, he's in a car. It's a Toyota Corolla, I'm pretty sure. It's like an older car. It's not a fancy car. The guy's got 4.3 million subscribers. Okay, 4.3 million subs. This particular video, 83,000 views. Pretty fucking standard, okay? So this growth that he had, not the muscle growth, but the YouTube growth was just natural. It's just a thing that he did by putting out good fucking content all of the time, right? So he's got this many subscribers. He has multiple contracts. He's making just a metric fuckload of money. And he is still wearing the same hats, the same clothing, the same fucking car that he's been in all the time, right? So the rest of this guy's life, he will need to continue to work out like he does now. If he wants to maintain the size that he is now, he will. Yes, but at this particular time in his life, he's competing. So he's trying to get as big as he possibly can so that he can become Mr. Olympia, so that he can be whatever that goal is, right? Mr. Universe. I think the biggest one at this one is Mr. Olympia. I don't know that much about competitive bodybuilding, so I can't. But that's what people are always referencing. He's this time Mr. Olympia. That's Chris Bumstead, 6-time Mr. Olympia. So yes, if he wants to maintain that size, he's going to have to keep pumping steroids and lift crazy forever. But most dudes will for a while. Like Chris Bumstead is retired, but he's still fucking huge. He's still absolutely jacked, right? He isn't, I don't think, like mid-season form, you know, like he's about to compete, but he's still fucking absolutely jacked. He is absolutely enormous because they're still lifting all the time. Like most of them still give a fuck about working out even when they're done competing. So they will still continue to lift and still continue to be fucking sick and make supplements, and they'll sell supplements and they'll whatever. So, I mean, unless you are catastrophically injured for some reason, then you're going to continue to lift like that anyway. So they're like Ronnie Coleman is like I think maybe the best example that he is one of the biggest. He is the god. He is the god of bodybuilding. He is the most wins. He was the biggest person. He was 0% body fat. I mean, you couldn't believe how Ronnie Coleman was. He absolutely destroyed his body from bodybuilding. Absolutely fucking destroyed it. And so he's had like his hips replaced and his legs are small and the rest of his body is mostly small, and he's an older man obviously also, but he's just not even close to what he once was because his body is so thrashed that he can't lift the way that he used to maintain it. How big he was, you couldn't maintain that forever, but some semblance of that you certainly could. And that just is what it is, you know. Like I said, Sam Sulek is 23 years old. This guy right here, which is how we get into like the juicing conversation, right? That's a big part of this documentary that I watched, was like about him juicing and stuff like that, and whether or not it's cool, whether or not we should agree with him, we should whatever. I don't care. I find it to be super interesting. So we'll watch it for just like a second, just for him to talk about it, and then we'll go into the destruction.
More
and
like
then we'll go
2 years ago-ish, a year and a half, two, you know, something along those lines. And that was when, you know, when I got my squat really high, newly, right? Like I'd never been doing this weight before. So to even get under like, you know, 4 or 5 X plates, like it was a freaking freaky thing, you know, to the point where I'd be getting nervous about my leg day days before. This. Like I'd be doing chest, and I'd kind of have a little thought in my mind.
The thumbnail is what got me. Let's say. So he's talking. There's mentalities. You can see some of the workout. Let's see him hit the fucking nasty
new sensation. Squats. Not even like for me, just
most replayed.
You know, consciously.
Boom. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plates on the other side. That's a lot of weight. That's 10 plates. Which is 450 pounds plus the 25s on the end. That's 545 pounds. Like it's nothing. And if you guys are wondering, this is in fact the gayest thing that I do, is watch this guy work out every single day. It's crazy. It's absolutely fucking insane. So Sam Sulek's a giant, obviously. I find him to be unreasonably interesting, unreasonably motivational. The pumps are fucking sick, right? I thought that was dumb for a really long time. There is a posing room in my gym, a room that it's like huge mirror in the front and then a smaller mirror suspended at an angle in the back so you can like check out your back and stuff. I thought that was really fucking stupid when I first went in there. I thought that was really fucking gay. Why are we going in here just to fucking take pictures? This is so fucking stupid, right? It doesn't make any sense. You're just fucking posing, right? I don't know. I can't explain it the way that Sam Sulek can, because he's the one that unlocked it for me, that like it just made sense. First of all, the progress pictures, right? That makes sense. To be in there every single day, taking progress photos so that you can see what is going on. You can see those changes because you're wearing clothes all the time. So you're not going to see them all the time. If you have a fucked up brain like I do, like my body dysmorphia is terrible. It is horrific. And so you just kind of, you also don't see yourself accurately as it is. So you have an even more difficult time that like, I don't know. I'm sitting here telling you guys I'm getting fucking jacked. I know that. The moment I take my shirt off, all I can see is just this thin layer that still sits around the very top of my pants. That's immediately where my eyes go to. That's crazy, right? That's a crazy thing. I see that and I'm just like, I'm still fucking fat, man. I'm still fucking fat. Like I just can't fucking, I can't get this. I can't get this. I can't get this, right? That is, on one hand, because of how I operate, motivational for myself, because I am continuously seeing a thing that I want to continue to hammer and work on. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. It's also very poisonous, right? Also super fucking poisonous to be like living like that, because I can't even, poor me, I can't even like hardly take a compliment from my wife about like how good I look now, because I'm just seeing what still needs work, right? Again, part of this is good, that I am motivating myself forever. I should, however, probably be able to give myself some type of pat on the back or something for working as hard as I have. And sometimes I do, every once in a while, but that is just not how my brain works. And I don't know, the vision that I see of myself is distorted. It cannot possibly be accurate. But that's how I see it. That's the only way that I can view it. Is just like not good enough. So it sounds so fucking stupid, it's so terrible, but it's just a motivator for me. And the posing, which is how I got here, helps you, especially when you're pumped, especially when you hit a fucking 6 shoulder day, a quad day, or whatever, to be able to go into the side room, take your shirt off, and flex and try and get the pump even bigger in those muscles and accentuate them and see that. You have to focus on that. You have to breathe. You have to look at that muscle. You have to focus on, you have to recognize the progress. You have to when you're doing that. You have no choice but to see what you've done and kind of revel in it for a second. And that kind of helps defeat that dysmorphia, I think. I like the progress. I think the pump is fucking cool. The pose down. It's fucking nasty, dude, to just look fucking shredded, to look fucking sick is cool. I don't know. I don't even need to justify it anymore. It's fucking awesome. It's very cool. To be jacked is cool. Sam Sulek is fucking cool. So a lot of people, again, who are like, especially other fitness people, this guy's on juice. He wouldn't look this way if he wasn't. Of course not. Look how fucking huge he is. You don't get that giant without being on fucking juice. I don't give a shit, you know? He's never in the videos talking about, gotta hit another cycle, I gotta fucking pick up some more tren, I gotta fucking whatever. Not once. I've been watching him for probably 6 months now, and I have not heard him mention steroids one time. And that's also not to say like he's avoiding the fact that he's on steroids, because I think that it's pretty apparent, you know, by the speed in which he grew in his size, and also just how giant he is at 23 years old. You have to do some type of cycle to make progress like that. You can see also when he's like heavy on, because when he does his pump check and stuff at the end, he's got like a ton of acne and stuff over his body. Like this is just part of that deal. Some of those signs that you can recognize. I'm not shitting on him for that. I don't fucking care. I'm too scared. I'm too scared to hit a fucking cycle. That's where I'm at. I'm too fucking scared. I don't want to die. I'll fucking get addicted to it and just be juicing forever. I don't need that in my life. I don't need the scariness. I don't need potential of getting in trouble or fucking getting hurt. I don't need it, right? I would rather not. I already am so fucked up about how I look that I don't need to alter it. All I can hear is my watch. I'm in a real watch place right now. This is the only watch that I have left. It's just like a hair too big. It's good. If it's as good as it's going to, it's a hair too big. I can hear it jingle every time I move, but I like having the time. So I just don't like really care about the steroid thing. There's a big question. A lot of people are like, hey, no one should be doing steroids, and he's promoting it to kids, and people are watching this and they're whatever. I just don't care. If you're an adult, you make informed decisions. You know what you're doing. You know what he's doing. You can't put a needle in your arm or take a pill on accident, right? Not this kind of, it's whatever. You can't. That's how you can't. You cannot do those things on accident. You have to make that choice. If you choose not to inform yourself beforehand, there's nothing I can do about that. There's nothing anybody can do about that. You've made that choice, and I can't help you with that. That is just the reality of what you've done. For kids, no. Kids definitely shouldn't be doing steroids. That's why he's not that's why I think it's good that he's not talking about it. That's what all that you can do is just not talk about it. He would be a hypocrite to tell kids not to do steroids while he's doing steroids. So it would be disingenuous. I don't blame him. I also don't envy the position that he's in, because people are just critiquing him from either side like all of the time. And it's not like he's like constantly getting hate, but around this particular issue. And I just don't care. It doesn't really matter to me. I get it. I see it. I think that there's validity to it. And if you want to be an adult and you want to get jacked, especially if you want to like compete in shit, that's just kind of the reality of what you got to do. And I accept that about him. I love Sam Sulek. Just wholesome as can possibly be. The car talks are just inspirational. Like, so they're just, this is how I'm going about something. This is like where I'm at with dieting, cardio, fucking whatever. It's just promotion. It's just promotion all of the time. So not promotion of himself, promotion of yourself, of positivity, of growth, of making things better. And like not comparing. Not comparing is one of the hardest things that you can do, especially in the gym because you just see other people. You're like, yeah, well, I fucking talked about the Winderman, right? I'm gonna be fucking huge with the Winderman. I want my shoulders to be jacked like the Winderman. It's just one of those things. But everybody is different. Everyone's journey is different, both in life and in the gym. So, you know, I don't know how long the Winderman has been lifting. Certainly longer than I have, because he was already established when I went to the gym. Sam Sulek's been lifting for several years now. So you have to play this kind of game where you are using people as inspiration, but not like comparing yourself to them, because that's just going to be poisonous for like a super long time. So I try not to compare, although I do all the time. I really try not to. And that's one of the things that I've picked up most from Sam Sulek, is just that that doesn't help. So I was going to take a look at his Instagram. I think his Instagram is mostly this other shit. Like, let's see, Sam Sulek. We'll see what pulls up here. Boom, Sam Sulek. Article view. So you can see, these are just some of the other pictures that he's posted. This is that day. This is Chris Bumstead, right? This guy next to him. So Chris Bumstead is no longer even competing. He's a fucking giant. This guy is still huge. They're still lifting all the fucking time, right? So we'll go down. He's down here with fucking Arnold. This is when he did the Arnold Classic, right? You can see the classic, the tan and the weirdness, right? It is what it is. This is Jay Cutler. He is also a Mr. Olympia. Again, with Arnold. The guy's a fucking freak. He's huge. The hair is also great. The back is ridiculous. It's too much. It's a bit much. I don't even like scrolling this. I'm just giving people just fucking spank bank material by running through this. I don't like it, but it is what it is. So Sam Sulek, he's a freak. This is the first stop on our Sam Watch tour. The second stop, let's talk about Sam Reed, okay? Sam Reed is my newest obsession in the world of Sam Watch. Sam Reed is, I just found out of it. It's been maybe, do you know what? We can find out. If I go to his YouTube, I'll be able to see the video that I watched the first time, because I saw it that day. 1 month. The very first video that I saw of Sam Reed is called I Tried the Best and Worst Buffets in America. Sam Reed is a relatively new YouTuber. He's been on YouTube for many, many, many years, putting out small content, but it is only in the last, and I'm really trying to pin down the exact timeline, only in the last, I'm going to say 2 years, that he's really blown the fuck up. Right? So I have watched a vast majority of his videos at this point in time. He is currently sitting at 396,000 subs. When I started watching him 1 month ago, he was at 386. He was at 397. He was at 386, right? So he's gone up 11,000 subs in a month that I've been watching him, okay? So there's something to this man that is absolutely magical. This is, again, some of the most wholesome content that you ever could find. I mean, he ends, we'll get to that later. So the first video that I watched was this one here. I tried the best and worst buffets in America. I don't think that Sam Reed is gonna mind if we watch a little bit of this. I would be really upset if he hit us with a copyright claim. We're down to the bottom, this is fair use, it's all the things, right? So we'll just go to this Sam Reed. So the very first one, he's comparing all these buffets,
this
right?
This is a $9 pizza buffet, and this is a $100 luxury buffet that has 10 different kitchens and over 250 types of food. The question is whether they're actually worth the price of admission. So to find out, I'm traveling to some of the best and worst all-you-can-eat buffets across the United States. Thanks to ZocDoc for sponsoring this episode.
Okay, so the show is called The Studio Review. It's only been called that for the last couple of years. Prior to that, he was just kind of making videos that were different bits and stuff that he was putting out. All of it is inspired by late night talk show hosts. That's why he's at the table, he's got the suit on, all of it. It's all done in like bits like that, especially back in the day. The ones that I'm watching now, because I'm working my way back to the very origin of his YouTube channel. First of all, to understand this man, because I've become obsessed and I have to know more. I've got to know more about this guy because he's so fucking interesting to me. The ideas that he's coming up with, the videos that he's making, the editing the videos are being done with, the total lack of fucks that he has about how weird his shit is, but also is like weirdly anxious because he's constantly checking the comments and talking about what other people are saying about him. But he's not like broken up about it. You know, he's always saying the bad shit that people are saying, the good shit that people are saying, but he's cool with it. He's chilling every fucking time. So some of this stuff, like I said, this one is the very first one that I watched to try the best and worst buffets in America. So he tried like a Cece's pizza buffet, and then he tried like a Golden Corral, I think is what it's called. And then he went to like a local buffet in Pennsylvania. That's one of the bigger ones. And then he went to that last one they told me was like at Caesar's Palace, right? So he's going over, he's coming up with his own parameters of this is how much it costs, this was like the value, this is what I ate, this is what I whatever, and putting them on his own graph and kind of comparing to how good these buffets are and how whether or not they're worth the money.
When you search for the worst buffets in America, there are a few that consistently rank at the very bottom of the list. And one of those is Cece's Pizza. At its peak in the late 2000s, Cece's had approximately 650 locations in the US, but in 2025, less than half of those are still in business. Their food has been described as stiff and flavorless, with quality that leaves a lot to be desired. The location I'll be going to has a 3.8.
I'm not going to play too much of this because I don't think that you guys will get it
for the date on the
by watching it through here. I think that you've got to really dive into this content for it to make sense, because I watched like 7 of the videos before I fucking got it. I was watching it and I was like, why am I still watching this? Like, why am I continuing with this? I don't understand it. But then I just continued to go back and back and back in his catalog. First of all, he's hilarious. He's very fucking funny. He is, I think, like 31 or 32, so we are right about the same age. And so our humor and the pop culture that we are into, it just directly lines up. He is making Office references out the fucking asshole. Will Ferrell references out the asshole. He also doesn't swear. It's like immensely wholesome, this content. So much so to the end of every video, even if it doesn't feel like it, it's going to be okay. That's how he ends every fucking video. It's gonna be okay. He's got a sign, the neon sign in the back. It's gonna be okay. So one of these videos, which drive-through is actually the fastest, right? I hate that it's showing on Salt of the Streets YouTube that I haven't watched any of these because I've watched so many of these fucking videos by now. The thing that got him really big, and then we'll talk about some of his other smaller videos, is a video that he did, let's see, we'll find it so we can see exactly when he put it out, that said that he was going to eat nothing but Taco Bell for 30 days straight. He made a whole documentary about it, and the reel that he made about it like really hit big on Instagram, and that is what began to gain a lot of traction to his page from what I can understand. So he truly did. I've watched the whole video. He ate nothing but taco. Here it is. 30 days, 2.8 million views 2 years ago. We'll click on this so we can see the actual day that it was published, but it was obviously a little bit while before this that he was making the actual video, doing all the recording, doing all the stuff. So let's see if we can see the actual date. October 20th, 2022. So we're closing on actually on 3 years of it being out. It's almost 3 years the video has been out now. So he comes up with all kinds of different side quests that he has to go through as well during this food challenge. I'm going to mute it and we'll let it run so that we can see him kind of moving and stuff in the background, and we'll skip through. So one of them ends up being like, I have to try every item on the menu. Obviously, he addresses all of this in the video. He knows that it's like supersized and all the fucking shit, right? Obviously, we get it. He has to try every menu item at least once. And then his deal with this is that he's trying to, obviously it says, if I can improve my health. So it's not just if I can survive. He's trying to find ways to make his health actually get better, okay? So eventually he's breaking into like, how can I lower my fucking sodium intake? How can I figure out how to make myself not cramp all the time because I'm sitting in my house and I'm cramping at night when I'm trying to go to bed? And he's working with a nutritionist at Taco Bell. He goes through and he finds a way to get an interview with the main food designer with Taco Bell. He gets into the headquarters of Taco Bell, gets on the Taco Bell podcast. The level of dedication to the grind, you cannot compare. It is completely unparalleled. I've never seen anything like it. I can't respect the hustle any more than I do. I've been questioning whether or not I'm going to say this. I'm putting it down now. I don't like doing this. I'm questioning doing this because I'm really don't like the track record. I'm putting it down now. I've talked about it so much. I'm going to interview this guy. I have to, right? I have to. I've been trying to watch all of his videos before I reach out to him because I just want to like have that in the tank that, by the way, I've seen every single one of your videos. I want to have a full repertoire of questions that I'm going to ask him. Deep fucking questions, right? About the old videos. Tell me about your life. I want to know some intimate details. I want to know about your previous life that isn't posted on here. Hints at things, school, wife, blah, 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 blah. I want to know more. I need everything about Sam Reed. I don't know, that sounds really creepy. This whole segment is creepy. It's fucking Sam Watch, right? We're watching you, Sams. We're fucking watching you. Sam Watch. I have to know more about this man. I will fucking interview him. Part of it, he seems overwhelmingly easy to get in contact with. I watched one of these videos and he was talking about merch. I got merch for sale, so come buy this merch. But as always, if you don't want to buy anything, you can just send me a self-addressed stamped envelope and I'll send you some free stickers. What? He'll just do that, right? I hate to spoil it because it's so fucking good, but we're gonna hit this with a quick like really quick. When he's in this video, sets one of the side quests for it to be to interview this woman who works at Taco Bell in the main headquarters, who's like the food designer, whatever the fuck her title is, right? So he doesn't know how to get in contact with her. So first he's like, I'm just going to try and just drop some general questions on the website, some FAQs, and we're going to see if that does the trick, right? I wonder if I can stand over here too. We can. I'm just going to back up a little bit. He's like, I'm going to see if that works too. So I'm just going to fire off some random questions and see if that's going to work out, okay? So he just in like the FAQs on the website. So he does that, doesn't really get a response. So he's like, I'm going to see if I can find a different way to go about this, okay? But he also, obviously he's concerned that they are not going to like, Taco Bell is not going to like that he's eating Taco Bell for 30 days. They might think that something bad is going to happen. It may not be that good a coverage for their product, for their brand, right? So might not like this. So he starts just guessing this woman's email. He's like, I'm just going to start firing off random emails to this first name, this last name at tacobell.com. First name this, first letter this, right? All the different corporate combinations you can think of emails that people might have. And eventually he gets one that doesn't come back to him, that doesn't get bounced back. So he's like, so somebody got it, right? So he gets his foot in the door by just guessing this woman's fucking email. Someone who hustles like this is going to respect the grind, is going to respect the motivation that I have, that I'm coming to you with. I've watched the videos. I got to know more about you. I want to interview you. I want to interview you about your personal life, about your content, about all this stuff. This guy says he wants to be the biggest late night show host on the planet. He has to want to be interviewed. You have to be, and I'm not shitting on him because I'm sitting here talking, we're 2 hours in now, right? We all have narcissistic tendencies, especially if you're doing this thing. If you're streaming, if you're putting yourself on the internet for people to watch, you have narcissistic tendencies. I don't think I am a narcissist because I care about people. I think my wife would agree with that. However, I'm sitting here asking you to watch me on video for 4 hours. Obviously, I think I'm pretty fucking cool, right? Obviously, or else I wouldn't be here doing this. Obviously. We've also talked about the body dysmorphia, that I can't see myself for truly how I look. So I'm not that cool. There's some realism here. But, again, obviously, I think something about myself if I'm willing to ask you guys to be here for 4 hours, okay? Obviously. I think that he'll respect this, okay? I think he's going to respect the weirdness because I'm going to come at it weird. The same way that we're doing this, right? We're going to come at it weird. I'm going to fucking interview this guy. I'm going to hit him in the email. Like, this is where I'm at. I'm hosting this show. I have only been on YouTube for this while. I also think that he'll respect that I'm a fresh YouTuber. Right? Obviously, I think I've been making videos longer than him, like consistently, not even consistently. We've been making serious videos for about the same amount of time. Excuse me, he's obviously way bigger than me. You guys are here watching me. There isn't 400,000 of you. You know that he's way bigger than me. I think he's going to respect the grind. I think he's going to respect that I want to interview him. He's going to respect that I can be unique because I'm going to buy his merch. I'm just a Leo rising, no shame. Whatever you say. The crescent moon, I saw the moon this morning, the tiniest little crescent. It was gorgeous. Because you're talking about the stars. Doesn't make me think about that. So, I'm going to buy some of his merch. I'm going to watch all of his videos. You have solid beliefs. I appreciate that. I'm going to watch all his videos. I'm going to learn as much as I possibly physically fucking can about Sam Reed. I'm going to do as much research as absolutely goddamn possible so that I can ask him the weirdest, most uncomfortable, hot wing style questions that you have ever fucking heard, right? It's going to be great. So I'm getting super close to finishing all of his videos. They're getting really short. Now that I'm getting towards the end, the videos are getting shorter. So they're getting easier to watch. They're getting quicker to watch, but harder because I have to be on my phone more to watch them at work, right? So I'm trying to hammer these out. I haven't been on the bike this week because I've been prepping for the show. When I get back on the bike next week, I'll be in a better position to hammer out some of these Sam Reed videos. And I think that I will fire off the email this week. I think that I'll do that, right? But I think that seems like the appropriate time. So I think that's what we're going to do. I think oh man, I'm just cutting off the top of my head. Man, it's all right. We'll go back to the main. We can stand in the main. This is fine. We can stand in the main. I'm really digging this. I told Colin when he was still here, like, I gotta find a way to stand. I gotta be able to be mobile. That's why we got on the lapel mics, because I couldn't stay behind a microphone. I did it for 4 years, and I could not, for the life of me, stand behind a microphone. And that's just what I get. So this is Sam Reed. This is, again, my latest obsession. This is the studio review. I can't thank you guys enough for watching. I cannot express more strongly that this is some of the best content on YouTube. These videos here are unquestionably, hands down, some of the best ones on YouTube. The editing is fantastic. The commitment is fantastic. The actual content, the ideas, the originality, this man. And the vast majority of the videos, I'm going to say all of them, but a huge amount of the comments in the videos are like, why isn't this channel bigger? I can't believe this guy only has this many views. I can't believe that it's this. I can't believe that it's this, right? It was only like 3 years ago that he's made a video that's like, yo, I have 1,000 subs now. And now he's at almost 400 fucking K, right? The guy is hustling. He's moving. I fuck with this in a major way. And it's his whole deal. It's just like, I just want to be big. I want this to be my thing. I want to be a full-time streamer. I want to be a full-time content creator. That's what he's saying all the time. I don't know how much I love that, but he's got a fucking goal and he achieved it, dude. He fucking set his mind to it and he hustled, right? Some of these, I don't even want to go into it. I want you to watch some of these videos. There's some about the Kentucky Huts, it's combination, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell. We see these things all the time. The man's a magician. I don't know how else to even like go about it. He's an absolute magician. So I can't recommend it enough. With that, I think we're going to move on to our last and final Sam, and then we can move on from there. I'm going to take a quick break because our last Sam is going to break us into like a whole new thing that we're going to do. We're going to go from our last Sam into talking about Tim Pool and Charlie Kirk, and the show's going to get serious. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to reset. I'm going to grab a Celsius. We're going to come back. I'm going to be back in 3 minutes. At 10 o'clock. We'll be back in 3 minutes for us to continue the show, for us to talk about our final Sam of Sam Watch. And then we'll break into our serious stuff. Okay, so I'll be right back. Thank you very much. I love you. Okay, thank you very much, everybody, for joining me again, for staying with me. This is episode 2, season 2, Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan Phillips. Penny is getting comfortable. Show Dog finally joined me. Okay. It's fantastic to have you guys here. We are almost done with our Sam Watch segment. This will be a consistent segment. I don't think about every single episode, but definitely consistent Sam Watch segment. So we'll be seeing more and more of that as things go on. We're going to move into our final Sam of Sam Watch. I do want to remind you again, if you guys are enjoying what we're doing here, make sure that you like and you subscribe. You tell everybody that you know about this. Put this in your Instagram story, put it in your Facebook, put it everywhere that you know, so that everyone can hear about this. They can all join us here. They can have these conversations. They can see the plants that we're going to plant. They can see the other rubs that we're going to make. They can see all the stuff that we are going to do. Okay, I guess I have to go to Sam and Nick's perfect clips. I'm trying to find the best avenue to introduce this. So Sam Hyde is our final Sam, and Sam Hyde is the computer's not pleased about what I'm doing here. Joe Rogan and Shane Gillis on Sam Hyde. Okay, anyway, Sam Hyde is one of the original founding members of MDE, or Million Dollar Entertainment, Million Dollar Extreme. They made a show called World Peace on Adult Swim that ran for like a half season and was canceled almost immediately because of some background fuckery. They have been around and making content for a very, very, very long time. You undoubtedly know some MDE content, even if you don't realize it. The other kind of founding members are Nicholas Rochefort and Charles Carroll, and they are consistently, on this show together. We see here called Perfect Guy Life. If you go to this channel, it is the Sam and Nick's Perfect Clips channel. You can see segments of this show, 1 hour pieces of it, also clips and stuff like that. This is also where you can go and watch my personal favorite show of theirs. It is called Scuffed Realtor. Okay, so Scuffed Realtor is Nick Rochefort, who is just like kind of flips some houses in his life. He is a third generation used car salesman, and he also owns and operates Shamanix House, which is an online and in-person antiques trading outpost that you can go to. You can buy things online. So Scuffed Realtor is a live stream that they do where people will send in their real estate, their listings from like Zillow and stuff like that. He will go over their houses, talk about the things that he likes, he doesn't like, the things that need to be improved, how good the prices, all this shit, right? It started as just kind of a thing that they did as a throwaway on Perfect Guy Life, but was a huge fucking hit. It was absolutely hilarious the way that he went over it. So they streamed for several hours, just like we do here. Penny, what are you doing, girlfriend? Should you steady yourself? I can hear the okay. So started as a bit, as like a piece of Sam and Nick of Perfect Guy Life, and turned into its own live stream. So they're streaming, sorry about that, I really need a cough button because that was brutal. Streams for 4 or 5 hours, and they just go over many, many, many listings like we just talked about, right? They have a slew of other content, right? I'm pretty sure the very first time that I heard about Sam Hyde and Nick Rochefort was on Legion of Skanks, which is, they have a clip of Nicholas J. Gomez is one of the guys that's on this particular clip here. Oh, it's right underneath my face. So this clip here, and he is one of the founders of Legion of Skanks, which is just another comedy podcast that I watch pretty consistently. And so they were guests on that show. Sam Hyde and Nick Rochefort were, and they were hilarious. They were just absolutely hilarious. Their comedy, their sense of humor is completely fucking unhinged. The World Peace and the second season they made, Extreme Peace, they are comedy shows. They are sketch comedy shows that are otherworldly. They're not like anything that I've ever seen before. They're completely fucking unhinged. It just doesn't make any sense. I can't recommend them enough. I think they're absolutely fucking hilarious. We can watch part of this one here. Don't pull me down, please, Sam. This is all, I want people to know about you. I just want people to see this. So we'll unmute it. We'll watch part of this sketch is called The First AI.
Ladyboys and gay men, please. Please, quiet, please. We're here to announce to you today the creation of the world's first computer sentience. Yes, that's right, a digital life form. His name.
This man's machine that he's made all by himself in a tiny little village in a shipping container. We've created life reimagined.
This is a dawn of new era. Time now. We end up talking to all the government. They say, to my money right now. So we build for you. We do all this for you, for all the people. So we make intelligent artificial for you. I hope you like what you see.
Ever since I was a little girl, I said to myself, Megan, be a scientist and create humanity through a machine, using washed rice, using fish tail, rice gutter oil bug, ling wing, rug bug lively crash. I will tell you like my mentor told me. 竟然扫到跑的胖去 which means Versace bag, outlet shopping, change lane, no blinkers, casino, green hat, cigarette smoking, flat ass woman, white underwear, everyone, white underwear, blurred.
Okay, so as you can see, they're a very particular comedic style. I don't blame anybody for not getting it. It took me quite some time to understand it. Now that I'm completely bought in. There's another show that they do that is called Fish Tank. That is, I'm gonna say, a more twisted version of Big Brother, right? So they will purchase a house, they will outfit the entire house with cameras, and then the people who sign up for the show, they get picked, they get selected, they have to move into the house, and they cannot leave for like 30 days, right? There's a series of challenges that are increasingly fucked up. There is a speaker system that plays throughout the house that people can chat into at any given time, and the chats will be played over the loudspeakers throughout the house. And so that's happening all the time. The cameras are live streamed 24/7, so you can sign up for their website and then you can go there and you can watch the cameras all the time. So you can just constantly be watching people. It's fucking crazy. So they do this whole season and then they cut it up into episodes and they put it back out on YouTube when it's done. Or you can watch the live streams, obviously, as they're happening all the time. It is fucking nuts. Sam Hyde comes up with a character because he kind of runs this whole deal. He comes up with a character. The last season that I watched, he was Judge Jedediah Gold fucking Steer, something like that. And so he was dressed up in like a yellow suit with these fucking red cowboy boots. They're boxing people. They were the first challengers, like count how much rice is in this bag. I mean, it just like, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. I can't even do it justice to try and describe exactly where this show goes, Fish Tank. But it's absolutely insane. So the Sam Hyde show is another show that he does. I've also seen Sam Hyde on episodes with Bradley Martin. The Sam Hyde show that he does that we'll take a look at in just a minute is a little bit more political. It's a little bit more nuanced. It still is just as fucking unhinged. It makes just as little sense as everything else. I guess I can't even say that because there's way more coherency to it. You can actually understand it. There are also the ads cut in that are just relate straight back to this. So watch one of the ads too when we watch part of the clip from the next show, and we'll kind of get into some of that. But this is some of my favorite content. The comedy of it leans just solely into that. It is just comedy. It's just anything is funny, any joke is worth trying, just go for it all the time. There's a ton of shit that they say in Perfect Guy Life that I'm just like, Jesus Christ, why? Why are we doing this? But they're just trying all the time. They're just always willing to give it a shot and always make themselves look stupid and sound stupid and be ridiculous. And that's what this is. It's just like being out there. It's by far the most unique, certainly the most unique comedy content I've ever seen in my own life. Sorry, should hit the drop. As you can see in this, they're getting likes as we're sitting here, boom. As you can see in this top corner here, there's a Brandon Buckingham documentary about $1 Million Extreme that I watched a few weeks ago. Very insightful, that just kind of illuminates exactly how long they've been in the game, because it is over a decade that they have been making YouTube videos, they've been making content, they've just been doing whatever they have to do to get shit done. They've had deals and things fall through, and they've made independent content, and they've had things pulled down, and they've had channels destroyed, and they just are unrelenting. They are continuing to push forward all the time. They have been in debt, and they have been broke, and they've been drunk, and they've been fucked up, and they still continue to push forward and make this content, make exactly what they're supposed to do. And they're finally, I think, like, hitting their stride. They were early adopters of the internet in general, just being fucking edgy and cutting edge and weird and out there. And Sam Hyde was making videos in his bathroom and living with his mom, and that's just a huge amount of his early content. So if you haven't seen any of this stuff, I can't recommend all of it enough. I said my favorite is Scuffed Realtor. I watch that all the time. Perfect Guy Life is fantastic. I absolutely love that show. So Sam Hyde, in that individual show. So he's the last one on Samwatch, right? This is the third tier of Samwatch. We're going to be watching these guys all the time. We're going to talk about Samwatch pretty consistently. I'm watching their content all the time. Sam Sulek puts out videos every single day. Sam Reed puts out videos probably every other week, is what I've noticed so far. And there's different stuff coming out from Sam and Nick, MDE, at any given time. You can sign up for their website, and they've got like 10 or 12 shows that they're putting out that just cover different aspects, whether they're like a pre-recorded podcast or a live stream. They're just doing different stuff. So again, I can't recommend it enough. Go there, sign up, support these people, watch their stuff. Don't blame me if this didn't make any sense. This is 1 minute 35 seconds of a 5-minute clip, but go watch more stuff. Go see more of their clips. Get a better understanding of this, and just familiarize yourself, because I think this is where entertainment is going, is this really unique fucking kitschy shit. This is fucking art, dude.
This might sound dumb, but I wanted it to like be art.
And that's exactly making art. This is art. It's weird. It is super fucking weird. But you know what? Mom, if you're still watching, my mom is in the chat. She used to work with a guy whose name was Pat. I don't want to use his last name, but his name was Pat, right? And Pat was a clown. He was like a dirty clown and also a regular clown. He was a really fucking unique guy. He was also a painter. He was an artist, and he had a really unique painting style. And I remember seeing once that he made like a painting that was very similar to this, but it was a woman, and I'm pretty sure she was breastfeeding. I'm pretty sure. But it might have just been that she was a woman, but I kind of think that she was breastfeeding at the time. It doesn't really matter, right? We went to his house once for a party, and it was like a Sasquatch party that he had, that everyone was supposed to be, everything was Sasquatch themed and all this stuff, right? People got really fucked up. This would be right up his alley. That is like one of the more artistic people that I know in my personal life. This would be directly up his alley. I know that he was unique. His content, the things that he's into are unique. But yeah, I can't recommend this stuff enough. So I think that he would be really into it. I remember going to an art show of his once, that he was in once. That's where I saw that wolf painting of the woman. And I saw tons of just unique shit. There was a lot of people at that time that I was exposed to that I will never forget, and I will always cherish those times, because it was... So thank you, Mom, for that. Jean is another one of those people. Grace is another one of those people that, just because of the job that you had at that time, those people were all so unique and so far removed from anything that I would have experienced not going to work with you and not meeting them. Well, of course, if I didn't meet them, I would, but those were really valuable experiences and really valuable people for me to meet, to expand my mind into what is cool, what is acceptable, who you can talk to, what you can be. I know this woman, Grace, had like a tattoo of fucking toast, like buttered toast, and was just super artsy and alternative and fucking weird. And I remember when I first met her, I think I was like 12 maybe, and she had short hair, and I was like, oh, she's a lesbian. I have a fucking aunt who's a lesbian. I know that doesn't make you a lesbian, but that's still, like, at that time is where your brain is at. And so to even just meet people like that break those molds for you. Gene was a gay man that I spent like an immense amount of time with. We went to gay pride together. He was really fucking cool. Gene was a really fucking cool guy. All of those people were very cool. So thank you. I appreciate, this was a quick aside, but I appreciate that time. And I appreciate getting to know those people and having that opportunity, because I think that was very unique. And I think that did a lot of really positive things for me as a youth and as an adult, because I think about them all of the time. So thank you for that. The last comments that I want to make about Sam Reed before we begin to move on, because Sam Hyde, sorry, excuse me, Sam's. The last comments that I want to make about Sam Hyde, because he will take us into the more serious portion of our show, is that Sam Hyde has the Sam Hyde Show, which is this individual show that he does. We can scroll down, maybe, and we can, somewhere I thought we were able to just see, like, also check out this stuff, but that is where some of the more political content goes. He's having some interviews that are maybe questionable, and they're out there. He recently did an interview with Nick Fuentes. I don't know if you guys know, some of you will know who he is, some of you will not know who he is. That interview was extremely good. This right here, I actually watched it again today, because I watched it when it came out and then watched it again today. He also got a lot of notoriety on this channel for these Dear Elon and Dear Vivek videos that kind of addressed them when they came into the administration, the things they were doing, how people were feeling about them. Even that was better. But so this is where some of the more political content goes. This episode that he did is called America First, that he did with Nick Fuentes. And it's out there. I don't agree with everything that Nick Fuentes says, but during this particular episode, they just kind of go over the current happenings in the administration and conservative politics, right? Something that I would very much trust Nick Fuentes on, because of his connection to it and where he's at, right? There's a lot of things that maybe I wouldn't talk to him about, or maybe I wouldn't necessarily take his opinion on at face value. This particular thing, the different aspects that they cover, they talk about Palantir, they talk about Jeffrey Epstein, they talk about Donald Trump, they talk about political activities, the CIA. These are all things that I trust Nick Fuentes' opinion on. Whatever, I don't even need to qualify it that much. This guy, I think, is a reliable, certainly a person to listen to and take in discord on these particular topics, right? There's a lot of things that he says that I don't agree with. I'm just gonna put it that, because I don't want to sit here and qualify 1,000 times. Like, I don't agree with this and this and this and this. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're past that point, I think, in a lot of modern politics. That, like, it doesn't matter if there are aspects of him that I don't agree with. There are other things that he's doing that I do agree with, and that's why I'm here. I'm not here for the objectionable shit. I'm not here to be racist. I'm not here to be whatever. I'm here because this guy knows what he's talking about in some of these aspects, and he deserves to be listened to. He doesn't deserve to be canceled or fucking have his money stolen from him and this other shit that's happened to him.
You will hydrate, you will train, you will adjust to this desert, and you'll hydrate some more.
I dropped the cap. So we are going to watch some of this latest video. Actually, before we do, I want you to see this ad, and that way you can get another glimpse into the unhinged nature of Sam Hyde, because people are paying him, and this is how he acts. Where is... There we go.
Indian goat leather
Let's
for
make him
real.
some more money.
Okay. We're doing an ad read, right? Yes. Let's start this ad read right with a little copyright-free.
So he plays copyrighted music that he can't play, so you can't hear him or hear what he's saying because he's playing copyrighted music. So I had to take it out.
All right. Let's see what guests we have to appease today.
Also, look how it's recorded, like a movie, right? Look how fucking wide this is.
They didn't fire us? Guys, I tell everybody that I'm associated. Did they pay for the premium video package? No? Okay. Run it on the B cam there. I tell everybody I'm associated with, take as much as you can of stiff-lipped sucks. I mean sucks.
When I want to be healthy and protect my heart, I pack my lip with 300 milligrams of caffeine! That's, in my opinion, a normal amount of caffeine that everybody needs for their daily vitamins. It's simple science. Let me show you on the whiteboard.
He actively tries to be as unappealing as possible.
Here at Stiff Lips, do we even have any of their crap? We don't. We ran out of, hold on, let's get good audio here. Now, we've run out of Stiff Lips sups.
So this is how he
they're
handles
so
when people are
effective,
paying him,
so efficacious.
right? So obviously there's some shit going on here. But again, I can't recommend it enough. So go check out this other Sam Hyde stuff from Fish Tank, all the MDE stuff, the Sam Hyde Show, his different appearances, Bradley Martin, all this different stuff, right? Nick Rochefort on Scuffed Realtor. I can't recommend any of these things enough, so please go check them out. And I just I want to make like a clean, I want it to be a transition, but I also want to make a pretty clear distinction between the fact that things are gonna get more serious now. We're gonna break into some of the more political discussion. And I think that the best place for us to start that is actually with a portion of this Sam Hyde video. He just put this out 5 days ago. This is his response to the Charlie Kirk shooting. So we're gonna start with this. We are going to go over some different portions of this, and then we're gonna go over obviously the events that took place last Wednesday in regards to Charlie Kirk. The event, the videos, the reactions, the impact, the investigation, the future. These are the different aspects of this event that we're going to be discussing. But to kind of highlight the weight of this topic, I think that this is probably the best way and place for us to start. I'm not going to show you anything graphic. I wouldn't do that, not only because I'm afraid to get pulled down, but also just don't want to unwillingly expose anybody to something like that. So just don't worry about that. But I do think that this is really important for people to hear and for them to understand. And even if you don't agree, it's important that you understand that this is where people are at. And kind of move forward with that. So I want us to watch kind of the first 3 minutes or so of this video together, and then we will start to discuss some of the things that happened last Wednesday.
This is you. This is your sister, your wife, your daughter, but this right here is you. This is your sister, your wife, your daughter. This is...
If you don't know who that woman is, her name is Arena. I'm not going to try and pronounce her last name. She was murdered on a subway a few weeks ago in cold blood. And her story has been making the rounds lately. It's very prominent. The man that killed her had been arrested like 14 times before, seemed to be fucking crazy, pulled out a knife out of nowhere, stabbed her numerous times. Many people watched her bleed out. We'll discuss this a little bit more and we get into it, but that is who that is.
This is you. This is your sister, your wife, your daughter.
That's happening.
But this is you. And this is their reaction when you are killed. This is the joy they feel when your sister is raped, when your children are castrated, brainwashed to hate you. This is their ecstasy when the floor of the subway car is awash in your blood. This is you. Make no mistake, that is a symbol, that is you. But this won't last long. They can't help themselves because they're so ugly and so low that the only joy they can experience, the only good that they can envision, is to take something beautiful or innocent down to their level. And when they can't do it, the next best thing is blood. This is Charlie's family, and these are his children who will never be able to hug their dad and grow up with a murdered father. And these are the people who smugly revel in this, and they won't stop with just Charlie. The boats are burned. There's nobody coming to help. The barbarians are at the gate. This is the fall of ancient Rome that we are living through currently. And what happens in the next 2 weeks is going to determine the future of mankind. That's not hyperbole. That's just how it is. A few notes before we start. I've seen some Twitter posts from people lamenting, apologizing, because their last interactions with Charlie were less than kind. And congratulations if that's you, because that's proof that you have a soul. And similarly, I think we had to cut 30 minutes from the last episode of Sam Hyde Show because I called him something not nice. Some people offering their condolences, paying their respects, etc. Started off with a qualifier. Well, I didn't agree with Charlie on everything. You know, essentially that he wasn't based enough. And this is fine too. We all have some strain of autism that is compels us to constantly signal how based we are, and that's fine. And it's fine because we're stuck with this problem together. We're in this together. This is banter. It's for us to talk about. It's for our side to talk about. It's not for outsiders to try to use logic against us, to try to hold us to rules that they don't hold themselves to. That's all that needs to be said about it. The fact is, Charlie Kirk is a martyr. He is a Christian white martyr. If you are Christian, if you are white, if you're a shit lib who miraculously somehow still believes in free speech, Charlie Kirk died for you. And he probably would have done it, anyway. I talked to Alex Stein a lot about him. He probably still would have done it if he knew he was going to die doing it.
Okay. So obviously last Wednesday, Charlie Kirk's life was taken in an extremely brutal fashion. And we all, in some way, shape, or form, bore witness to that. I think that the most salient point that I've heard be made, and the most relevant one, is the one that Sam Hyde began with and has titled this show with, that we are all Charlie Kirk. Because what that event showed all of us is that anybody now can be killed for things that they're saying. When I saw that, it scared the shit out of me. To see that political violence, that politics had devolved to such a point that it had now become acceptable to try and take the life of somebody in mid-conversation with another person, actively trying to debate, to try and share ideas, to figure things out. It was okay for that person to be killed, for the attempt on his life to be made. And I know that people feel that way because of the reaction that Sam Hyde talked about. I've never seen anything like this in my life. This is by far the most extreme political event that I've seen outside of fucking 9/11. And I never believed that I would see people react the way that they did. Because to me, it's so obvious that this exact point, that this could literally be any of us. I don't mean anyone on the right, because I don't align with the right. I mean literally any person who is choosing to express an idea that might be disagreeable in the current audience or the location that they are in. Any of us now could be killed for doing that, because that possibility is out there now. That potential is there. It is like when you see someone do something, do a fucking skateboard trick you've never seen before. It's possible now. The capability is there. You recognize that it's possible. The door has been opened. And I don't know how to try and close that, especially if people, just in general, continue with the same behavior and intensity and complete lack of even acknowledgement of humanity in the people they don't agree with. I don't know how you turn that around. There has been so much continued division since this event that I don't know necessarily surprised me because of how divided the country currently is, but certainly disappointed me and concerned me greatly. I want to address the original fear that scared the shit out of me. I saw Charlie Kirk get shot. Kevin, actually, who was in the chat earlier, was the one that told me about it. And I saw like a distant video of it and saw people talking about it and was fucking shocked and was terrified. And I'm going to speak selfishly for a moment because I had just started doing this show again, and Charlie Kirk was 31, and I'm 30 years old. He obviously was much more successful than me, especially in the particular arenas that we're both kind of Venn diagramming in. And so the parallels that I can draw between myself and Charlie Kirk are many. And I have been open with how I feel for a very long time. And I did this show and have been doing this show for several years. And I'm not at all equating the stages or levels that Charlie Kirk and I were at, because obviously, like I said, he's much more famous than me, much better at what he was doing, much more prominent, much more well known. But you don't have to be famous to be killed. And so the idea that just that door was opened truly, truly terrified me for myself. And for a brief moment, I am ashamed to say that I thought, well, I just don't think I want to do this anymore. If this is where we're at now, if this is what we're doing, I don't think that I want to continue to try and stream, because I know that I'm saying things that people don't agree with, and it just might not be worth it for me to do that. And I'm ashamed to say that that was the reality of how I felt. Full sip. Thank you, Red Bar.
There's no such thing as favorite anymore. There's only now and more.
I quickly was able to correct myself and recognize that what this point that Sam Hyde is now making towards the end of this particular clip that we just watched, that is exactly the fucking point. The killing of Charlie Kirk was an act of terrorism because the intent of this was to chill the ideology, the language, the beliefs, the rhetoric of everybody who was even similarly aligned with Charlie Kirk, myself included. That's the whole idea. He was killed in order to try and silence everybody who agrees with him. That is the exact purpose. It is an act of terror. And to give into that is antithetical to my beliefs, to the founding of this country, and to everything that I have claimed to fucking believe in and stand up for since I started doing this show. So I refuse to stand down. I refuse to stop doing this show. I refuse to stop talking and disagreeing and saying whatever I want and calling people out and having debates and having discussions. I refuse to do that. I will not. Because that's exactly the point. That is exactly what they want when they do things like this. They, as an umbrella term of whoever, anybody willing to stoop so fucking low as to try and kill somebody that they don't agree with for talking. Because when you resort to violence, it is because you know you have lost. They killed Charlie Kirk because they know that it's working. Because they know that people agree with him. They know that people believe him. They know the only way to get people to go against him is to distort his words, to kill him, and then distort everything he stood for once he is dead and can no longer defend himself. Because it's exactly what we've seen. It's exactly what I've watched people do when they justify his murder. And all those clips that we just watched, if you're watching this, people justifying his murder, justifying the taking of somebody's life for talking. Right? Let's be extremely clear right now. The only deaths that anybody should ever be celebrating ever are those of murderers, pedophiles, and politicians. Outside of that, the death of any person is nothing to celebrate. Even then, we're walking a fucking line here. Right? I mean, walking a line saying this here on YouTube now, and in general with your own morals, that's what I'm telling you. Those are the only cases in which it is even beginning to be acceptable to fucking cheer for someone's death, to not mourn for the death, for the loss of another human being. Because you have to be so fucked and so lost to not be able to see value in a human being simply for existing, that I don't know how you alter that. Because the same people who are cheering his death claim to be better than conservatives and kind of the best people on the planet, the most caring. That's why they want everyone to be included. That's why all of these things matter to them so much, is because they're so good, right? And that's why they do this. But they're willing to see value in these people that matter to them, but in the people they don't agree with, they don't even recognize them as humans. They are some type of organism that happens to be existing on the same plane as them, and that's it. And that just really fucking scares me. Because there's a lot of people that I don't like. There's a lot of people that I fucking hate, that I can't stand, that I don't agree with, that I don't want to hang out with. I see the potential and the value in every human being, if for no other reason than because I want people to see that in me. That even if you don't agree with me, I want you to see that I am a person, that I am a human being, that I am flawed, but I am trying. I am doing what I think is best. And as long as I'm not infringing on somebody else's rights, I'm not hurting other people, I'm not really doing anything wrong. And that's what we're talking about here. You can object as much as you want. You can call Charlie Kirk an extremist all you want, a radical, a Nazi, or whatever. None of that matters, and none of it's true. But it doesn't matter. That wouldn't excuse taking his life. That wouldn't justify taking his life. It doesn't matter. Nothing that he could believe or say would be so abhorrent that it would be okay that he would be killed, that it would be better that he be killed. Nothing. Nothing. You cannot return from that. When you accept that into your heart, that is evil. And you cannot come back from that. You cannot turn around from that. I don't think that that's possible. I don't think you can turn around from that. So let's go through some of the points of this, right? Some of these things that are, I think, relevant. The event, right? Shot in broad daylight in mid-conversation at a campus event. Information started to come out very, very quickly. Excuse me. There was a lot of false information, a lot of things that were being corrected, a lot of critique thrown around, Cash Patel, all this type of stuff. Again, that's why I said earlier, that's one of the main reasons I chose not to do a show last week, was to not be reactionary, to not be giving information that wasn't true. And I think that was the best choice. We're still learning things. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. We're still learning things. We're still seeing a lot of stuff come out. There's still a lot of debate about some of these things that I don't necessarily agree with. But, you know, I guess until we have like definitive proof, then there's going to be a lot of question. I guess we'll do it a little bit later. Let's talk about the videos really quick. Whether we like it or not, there was immediately a million different angles that were available to Charlie Kirk shooting. There are split ideas on whether or not watching this is the right thing to do. I would not. I'm gonna play this clip here, and then I'll also talk about it. I personally would not advocate for watching it because any of the videos, because I don't know that it's necessarily good for human beings to see that type of imagery. And so I think doing it by choice is not necessarily a good thing. I have seen, full transparency, I have seen multiple videos of it. The last one that I saw, I was not seeking out. It was on like an Instagram post, and I was just scrolling through the slides. And the next one was like a immediate, like a close-up of him being shot. And it's like, there's only one other thing that I can compare it to, and there was a politician a long time ago, I think in like the 70s, whose name was R. Bud Dwyer, and he committed suicide on live television, like in front of a press conference. And I watched that video once a couple years ago. Shane Powers actually talked about it when I was watching Shane Show still, and so I watched it on there, and he shoots himself in the face, like in the mouth, in front of all these people. And so the whole thing is on video. I think you can look it up on YouTube. I'm not telling you to do it. I'm just sharing these details. And it's like extremely graphic, obviously. And that's the only other thing that I can compare this to, like that level of gore. It was fucked up. And so I wouldn't tell anybody that they should go and watch it. Sam Hyde is going to make a point that I understand, and I wouldn't argue against, but I'm just unsure of like what that does to us long term, and I just don't think it's an inherently good thing. Good night. Thank you very much. But we'll listen to Sam Hyde. We'll listen to Sam Hyde make his point.
I tweeted at the quartering because he said, I love the quartering, he's my guy. He said, don't look at the video. You got to look at these videos. You have to know what these people are trying to do to you. You have to know, you don't even have a family. That's the thing. You don't have a family because they've set up this clown world where you're convinced not to start a family. It's economically impossible to start a family. But if you had even if you had a family, you don't even know what's been taken from you. Is what's so fucked up. You have to watch these. You have to know that there is evil out there in the world. This isn't like being 15 and watching Best Gore or something. You have to know that there is evil out there in the world. There's this idea of the seen versus the unseen. And I gotta say, thank God Irina Zarutska was hot.
No, it does. It calls more attention to it.
No shit.
Mm-hmm.
For every one of these people being killed who could be a relative of yours, it could be someone you cared about, it could be you. For every one of these people, there are thousands. Just alone in the UK, the girls being raped. Mm. Isn't it like over 100,000? How many is it? We don't see it because there's no video of it, and the media is not publicizing it.
And the details of each and every one of those are like science fiction level. I can't comprehend how bad, like.
So the point that they're making, that they're saying right now, is the relevance and the importance of watching this video is because if this happens to you, if I was to be killed in a similar fashion, no one's going to give a shit. My family is, obviously. The people around me are going to care. Outside of that, it's not going to bear the same social relevance that the killing of Charlie Kirk did, right? And that's why he's talking about Irina, this woman who's stabbed on the subway. It's like one of the reasons that shit's relevant is because she's attractive. So her image is easy to spread, right? That's part of why people are talking about her so much. Outside of the fact that it's fucking brutal, right? The right conservatives probably be doing that anyway, but because she's attractive, it's an easier story to spread out. And so that's like the point that they're making. And I understand that. And I appreciate it because this fucking matters. It doesn't matter who it is, whether it is Charlie Kirk or it is me or it is Sam Hyde or anybody. It doesn't matter who it is. It matters that people are being killed because they're talking. It matters that people are being killed for things that they're saying. That's the relevant portion of what's going on here. And it's gross to see that be lost so clearly. Because it's so fucking obvious. And for people who just claim to be so educated on history and knowing all of the stuff, to either not know or not care or be so short-sighted that it doesn't matter that people are starting to be killed, is like, how do you just not see that you're so fucking stupid? How do you not see that by continuing to increase the rhetoric, you are also increasing the likelihood that you will be fucking killed? Because as there was all of this rhetoric about how far right Charlie Kirk is, he's a Nazi, he's an extremist, all of this stuff. We all heard these things, we all saw them. And I wasn't like a huge fan, I'm not like qualifying anything. I just mean I didn't watch a ton of Charlie Kirk stuff. My wife did. Jordan loves Charlie Kirk, so she watched his stuff all the time. I didn't watch a ton of his stuff. I knew who he was, obviously, and would see some of the debates and stuff and the campus stuff. And I, respected him, had nothing bad to say about him, nothing, whatever. What was the point that I was just making? Whether it's me or it's him. Fuck. Well, that's great. Oh, that it's them next, right? Okay, so I'm sorry. Okay, I got it. Okay, so Charlie Kirk, right? Even though I didn't watch a ton of his content, I know what his views are, right? He's a pretty mainstream conservative. If you ask me, pretty. I'm gonna just boop because I'm standing. Pretty mainstream conservative, pretty middle of the road politics. Nothing that I would say is like too fucking crazy. He said a lot of shit because people say shit, especially when they're making YouTube videos, they're making content, they're trying to like drive engagement, right? I'm not shitting on him for that. That's part of being social media. That's part of being 30. That's part of like this life that we're leading by being on the internet, right? So I'm not shitting on him for that. That's just part of the deal. So you say stuff, you say things that are wild. You say some of the stuff that people are throwing in his face now about whatever, like some gun violence being necessary. I've said the same shit here. My kids are upstairs, right? So it's not like I don't recognize the danger in gun violence. It's not like I don't recognize the severity of school shootings, right? My son is fucking 6 years old. I get it. I understand. I recognize that there is nothing that I can do to comprehend how horrible it would be if you. I understand that fact. I also hold a continual understanding that there are people that want to fucking kill me. There are people out there who want me to be dead. There are people out there on a much more real level, on a government level, that would happily see me killed for them to maintain power. That is enough reason for me to be very careful and ensure that none of the firearms that I have ever take anybody's life without me meaning to do so. I recognize that with that ideology being prevalent, you are going to be unable to escape X amount of gun violence deaths. That is the exact same thing that Charlie Kirk was saying. That is not him saying, who gives a fuck about dead kids? That is not him saying, who cares if people die? That is not him saying, it's okay for people to be killed. That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. He was making a logical observation about the reality of the freedom and the responsibility to protect yourself and the people around you. It's a retarded fucking thing to see people do. And it's just so... I can't comprehend it. How you don't get that you are making it easier for your own self to be killed. That's why we never did that here. Like, that's why we don't do that here. It's because it's fucking stupid. I don't want to die. I'm not going to advocate for your death. I'm not even advocating... I can't even advocate for the death penalty because I'm so fucked up on that. I don't fucking abortion. We've talked about so much of this shit. Like that's a person. I think that that's a person and I don't condone with taking that person's life. That's fucked. So I just don't get how people don't get that. That seems like it's so very obvious. The reactions were horrific, obviously. So we're talking about people justifying that. Was personally terrified. Had to get over that. Another aspect that really freaks me out a little bit, we were talking about the politics of Charlie Kirk. There was all this focus on what an extremist he was. I'm sorry I'm bouncing around. I'm trying to not work on my notes too much and just kind of like let it flow because I know how I feel about all this and I just want it to be natural. I'm just trying to be authentic for you guys. So obviously we know that Charlie Kirk's politics were not far right. That's a ridiculous thing to think. I, since 2020 and the Book Boys and stuff, operate in some internet circles that are whatever fucking out there. And, the immediate reaction from those people about like, they just killed the guy who talks, and like stuff like this, like Like Charlie Kirk was the nicest of all of us. Charlie Kirk was the guy who wasn't committing violence, who wasn't talking about doing bad shit. The one guy who all the time was saying, we should talk. That's the answer, is for us to talk. You fucking killed that guy. There is a million times that many people that don't want to talk, that continuously talk about fucking wood chippers and this and that and kill your local pedophile. These people using these language, I'm not even shitting on them. I'm just talking about it, right? Fuck a pedophile. You've seen how I fuck around. I'm on the same tilt, right? I'm not saying that shit because that's fucking Fed posting. That's retarded, right? But the point being, when people escalate violence on you, you respond with violence. Not me. I'm not going to be fucking killed. I'm not going to have that shit happen to me. Absolutely fucking not. That's why I pack all the time. That's why I carry a gun all the fucking time. I'm not going to be a fucking victim. Fuck you. I'm not doing that. I'm not playing that fucking game. My kids aren't getting taken out. My wife, no. I'm not playing that fucking game, right? So that scared me at first, because I think I was just scared of the reaction, right? I recognize, say what you want, it's bias, it's whatever. People on the right talk about violence a lot. They don't do it, right? They don't do it. I'm not going to say the rhetoric isn't fire, because it is. It's fire in a good way and a bad way. But they don't do it, right? The people that do commit violence, very much like on the left, are on the fringe, right? There are people who are fucked in the head, who are on the right, who commit school shootings, who commit mass shootings, who do shit like this all the time, right? That is a reality. I'm not going to deny that. I'm talking about most of this rhetoric that leads to this, to an event like this, I do believe comes from the left. And I'm not trying to be shitty about this or whatever. But, you know, when you're saying stuff like punching Nazis is cool and killing Nazis is cool and words are violence, and these things start to get mixed in together, and then you find somebody whose brain is fucked, this is what happens. And I think that it would be responsible for people to accept culpability of that and to try and chill the fuck out, because it is in everyone's best interest to not die. It is in everyone's best interest for the rhetoric and the political environment to calm down, so that we don't have to walk around with fucking ARs on our chest because we're scared that we're gonna die. I don't want to live in that world. And there has been talk about civil wars and this and that, and I just don't. You don't even know like what you're asking for. And I don't mean like you don't know what you're asking for. I mean anybody who's talking about that, who has been talking about that, like a legit civil war, just doesn't even recognize what they're asking for. I don't want to be in that position. I have a family, and I have a life, and I have beliefs that I hold to myself, and I don't want to be in that position where something like that is happening. I don't want to take people's lives. I don't want to shoot at other Americans. I don't want to be in that position, but I'm not going to live in a world, and I'm not trying to like feed into the rhetoric. I'm trying to fight against it by saying like, I don't want this, and that's why I wanted to back down. It's because I don't want to be in that position. I'm not interested in that, where you know, Americans are fighting each other and like fighting, real fighting. And then after X period of time, either we come back together or we're separate, and half of the people that you know are fucking dead because your male friends went off to fight and a lot of the female friends got fucking bombed and shit. Like, I just don't, you're not thinking about what you're asking for. You're not thinking about what that actually fucking looks like. You're being a child. You are being so fucking stupid that it doesn't make sense to me. I don't get how you don't get it. How a civil war just means everybody fucking dies. And that's what you're asking for when you do shit like this. And when you justify it and you fucking, you know, pull destinies and you like go on Pierce Morgan and he's like, if you didn't want Charlie Kirk to be dead, then Donald Trump shouldn't have been elected the second time. I just don't. I don't get it. I don't get how you talk yourself to that point. You're so fucking broken. You're so disturbed that that is a thing that makes sense in your brain. And it just really fucking makes me sad. So let's see. I was talking about that fear from the right. I don't have that fear anymore about that retribution from the right, because I think if it was going to happen, it would have started happening by now. And that's not to say that there isn't still potential, obviously, but I think that they got upset, and they, meaning the people on the right who were immediately talking about escalating the rhetoric and escalating things to further violence, I think that was very reactionary, and they were saying shit that they didn't mean, because if they meant it, then more people would be dead. That's what I think. So I just don't have that same concern anymore about the retribution, and that's a good thing, if you ask me. So, let's see. The anointment of the vitriol. Yeah, let's see. Let me pull up the next clip and then we'll talk about this. Where do we go from here? There we go. 34. Sorry, I took some of these notes earlier today, so we'll go here. So there's been a lot of like cancel culture stuff that's happening. Many of the people who came out and made videos defending or celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, there was retribution in this form on the right of taking whatever people's information, essentially, I guess it's not doxing because it's publicly available, and like reaching out to the same shit that the left was doing 5 years ago. And I'm not justifying it. I'm not even gonna whatever, but that's what a lot of people are doing, right? They're taking the information, they're going to their bosses, they're getting people fired, they're getting their livelihoods taken away, their jobs or stuff like that, because they were saying terrible, horrible, abhorrent things about Charlie Kirk. I don't want to downplay that at all because it is horrific. So I'm going to play this clip from Sam Hyde talking about this, and then we will talk about it a little bit more. We can explore some of exactly what this means.
If nothing comes from this, if you don't do anything, if you let this presidency and this moment fizzle, then it's all for naught. They should black bag Kash Patel and put him on a I don't know, I'm not a military guy, but a C-706 Globemaster.
Yeah.
Put him in there, isolate him like he's a serial killer, like he's on a rack and he's got the mask on. Put him on a 24-hour flight to India and drop his ass off. What can we do? First of all, you need a gun. And you need to not be looking for fights. You need to not be saying stuff like FAFO, Karen, fucking karma's a bitch, and then shooting some shop owner who did nothing. You need to be protecting yourself and your family.
Thank you.
You have to arm yourself. You have to arm yourself.
Thank you.
That being said, you gotta be. I mean, be careful. It's not. This is a time where anything could happen. It's not a time to be going out looking for beef.
Thank you.
And secondly, I think it's time to become annoying faggots. You see all the people getting fired?
Oh yeah, loving it.
All the shit that liberals did to us that's annoying faggotry, I think it works. I think we just have to do that. Get these people fired. Start cataloging this. We need a tech-minded person building a database, because Palantir apparently is vaporware. They don't really know anything about what's going on. There needs to be somebody who has crypto money and is not crazy, and who would be responsible with the data, and who has a legal team. Someone needs to build a site to catalog the viciousness, the calls to violence, the nastiness of these people. And we have to start taking a page from the left's playbook. And I'm sure there are better options. I'm sure there's other things to do. But if you're bored, if you're angry right now, just legally get somebody fired.
It's a valid thing to do.
That's a valid thing to do. You don't have to worry, and you don't have to worry about the police coming to your door. Just don't threaten anybody over the phone, but just call the employers of these scumbags and make them aware of what their employees are doing. It doesn't feel good to say this, by the way. This is like faggoty tattletale shit.
They're not empty threats, though.
But it fucking works.
It's ethical, too, because this tactic was used against people for merely supporting a presidential candidate. And it's not to say that, well, if they did it, we'll just do it. But it is right that people that are entrusted, whether they're teachers or nurses.
If you're a teacher, a nurse, a firefighter, if you're anybody, and you're walking around and you're saying you're gloating over somebody dying, you're gloating over a regular guy who is well-intentioned dying, you should be out of a fucking job.
You're a physician? I wouldn't trust you to mow my fucking lawn.
Yeah. I'm sure some better tactic will appear. This is not cool.
Sure.
Okay?
Definitely not
but,
cool.
They should be followed for the rest of their lives with this data. Do we have a compilation of like TikToks of these people dancing around and laughing and stuff?
Steve, we'll talk about it.
Finally, somebody with a gun, which is almost everybody in the fucking States, grew a pair and fucking went and shot somebody on the right side. Thank you. Can we keep this up?
You know why it's right to expose? Because first of all, you're not making anything. This is just truth that they did this. There's nothing wrong with showing.
Okay, so let's talk about this for a minute. This cancellation thing that we're talking about. Like I said, this is true. This is a thing that the left did just a couple years ago for voting for Donald Trump, for supporting whatever, for X, Y, and Z. This is the thing they were doing, right? And I find it to be pretty disgusting. Do you know what we're going to do while we're doing this? So I find it to be pretty disgusting. I am at a bit of a crossroads with this particular tactic. What is saying calls it annoying faggot time, right? I totally get it. I personally am not going to take part in that. I personally am not even going to like promote that. For the same reason as the death thing, I do not want my job to be taken away. I don't want my ability to provide. I'm not sympathizing, whatever, we'll get to it. I don't want my livelihood, my ability to make a living to be taken away because of shit that I said, right? Which is exactly why I didn't agree with it when the left was doing it, right? I do agree with accountability for speech in all realms, that you can certainly say whatever you want. Other people are allowed to react however they want. And if you say some shit that your boss doesn't like, they don't have to continue to employ you. I very much agree with that. I support that. That's like, to me, is an aspect of free speech. That's, you just have to deal with the consequences of things that you say. And I don't think that that misaligns anything. You're talking about private businesses, private industries with Jimmy Kimmel and shit, right? You're talking about however, it's the worst thing ever what Jimmy Kimmel said. He's got pulled off the air. I don't want to talk about it too much. But the point being, like, These are private companies. This isn't an issue of free speech and are we stomping on Jimmy Kimmel's free speech. You work for a company. No one wants to hear you say that shit there, especially if you're going to make it worse. So they chose to pull you off the air. There are aspects of that that go into like FCC and political affiliation and stuff that, to me, that's the real story. But I don't really want to talk about that at this particular moment. We were talking the cancellations, right? I agree with accountability for speech and for choices that people make, which is why I'm not against this. Like, I'm not going to say that we shouldn't be doing this. I would be so fucking mad if someone took my job away because of shit that I said that I'm not going to do that. And I've got just a funny feeling about the tit for tat thing. Like, I just don't, I totally get it. I totally get it. I don't know that I agree. I don't have a full explanation for why. And right now it just feels like, if I try to explain it, it'd just be like, because I'm better than you and I wouldn't do that. And that's not how I feel. I just don't, that like justifies continuing to do it, you know? And I don't want to do that. Like, this is shitty. This is a bad thing to be doing. So I don't want to do that. I'm not shitting on them for doing it. I'm not shitting on anybody for doing it. I don't like it. I think it's a little bit classless, but again, I like totally get it. So I do struggle with it a little bit. So I just don't really know, like, I don't have an answer for that particular thing. I don't agree with it. I get it. I'm not gonna promote it myself. I'm also not gonna argue against it because I understand. So it's just a point of personal privilege. We're gonna start potting these plants. I know I'm gonna cover Tim Pool. I'm gonna get through this pretty quickly. I want to cover Tim Pool because I really fucking hated all the shit that he said this week. But we'll just see like how much more I have left of this, and then we'll see how much Tim Pool I'm gonna do. So the impact, the cancellation, we talked about that. There is some extra bad shit. Marco Rubio is talking about, you know, pulling people's passports for being critics of Charlie Kirk shooting. Clay Higgins had this whole series of tweets that's like, we need to be fucking watching people, we need to be tracking them, we need to use social media, we need to do this, we need to ban them, and like all this shit. I just don't. Patriot acting for being shitty about Charlie Kirk, I think, is a bad idea. Those people are being terrible. That doesn't mean we should shift and use all the fucking levers of power to try and go after them. I just don't think that that's a good idea. I'm not going to agree with that. The impact, let's see, I think we'll talk about the investigation a different time because there's still more coming out, and we'll just go over like a full thing of it, right? So the last point that I'm going to make about this, I think, is talking about the impact, and then we'll talk about Tim Pool, and then we're going to get the fuck out of here, okay? So, man, the theme for this episode is no one is coming to save you, and I just am not able to like fully round out. I've had this no one is coming to save you thing since last. I think that might just be the theme for this whole fucking series, is whole season is no one is coming to save you. So that might just be part of the deal. Let's talk about the impact while we pot these plants. Okay, so we'll probably have to do some separation and stuff. I'm going to do the small one first so we can get the little baby. So the social contract, this is the pot that we're going to use for the little baby one. See the light, there we go. There we go. That's the pod. Okay, so the social contract, the idea of this is something that I have argued against for quite some time, because the original explanation, I actually even have an article on our website about this. If you guys want to go to saltofthestreets.com, there is an article. They were called either like dissents or something like that at that time, but you'll be able to find it. And it's about the social contract, raising the question, when did I sign this? Who fucking decided this for me? Like, how do I get out of it? This doesn't make any sense. And cited a lot of anarchists in there, made a lot of really valid points. because the general explanation of the social contract is like, that's why you have to pay taxes and why you have to follow the rules of the government and the roads and the this and the that and the whatever, right? I inherently reject that explanation of the social contract. So I've just rejected the social contract from the beginning. Like, I don't want to take part of the system and I should be given the option not to. Larry, shout out Larry if you're watching, whether now or later. I know that you do some Jew stuff on Friday nights, and that is okay. His wife is Jewish. I wonder, Larry, if you're watching this, whenever you're watching this, did you convert to Judaism because of your wife, or do you just also do Jewish stuff? I would be very interested. Obviously, you're one of my best friends, so I could ask you this at any point in time. I think it's more fun to make myself look socially questionable online. So I'm genuinely curious about that. What was I talking about? Cancel social contract. Larry sent me a reel of a woman, a black woman who, I guess that's not really relevant, who spoke for a long time about social contract. And she was making the point that the social contract had been violated because a social contract is essentially that we don't violate each other's rights, that you don't kill me and I won't kill you. That might be the best explanation of social contract that I've ever heard, because I can actually get behind that. That's one that I will support, right? That we have to have that for us to just be able to exist in the same area, in the same country. I will not kill you for shit that you say, and you also agree to that, and then we will be cool. If you change, that's going to be a problem, right? That is going to be an issue if things change for that. That is, Jesus, I don't even know how to precisely phrase this. The reason that I'm not broken up about the cancellation over all the Charlie Kirk stuff is that you have violated the social contract. I know you are by promoting the death of another person, you are promoting the death, the removal of their rights. That is not a thing that I'm okay with. I am not okay with removing people's rights because of immorality, because they're just saying shit that like I don't agree with, that I find objectionable. I will, however, support the removal of rights for people who are doing the same thing to other people. So if you're trying to kill people, if you are killing people, if you're taking lives, if you're justifying the taking of lives, this is a problem, not only for myself, but for you. Your soul is rotting inside of you because you're supporting death, because you're supporting murder, which is dangerous. I'm putting some soil in this pot right now. I guess I can lift the bag up here so you guys can see. Soil's a little hard, so I'm scooping some into the pot. Should have grabbed a shovel, but I didn't. So it's the reason I'm not broken up about it. I just don't, if people don't recognize the problem in it, I don't know what you do about that. So sounds fucked up to be like, well, I'm interested to see where this goes, but truly, I don't have a prediction for how it's going to turn out, because I've never seen anything like this in my lifetime. This is some 1960s era shit that I am personally shocked by, and I don't trust anything, so I don't know what's real. I don't know who did this. Like, we do know, I'm not going to share his name. I don't do that here. They caught the killer. It's like parents turned him in or something. He agreed to come in. Who fucking cares, right? I don't know where it came from. There's like all these conspiracy theories, Israel and this and that and this and that. If I had to guess, for a second, the Israel thing caught me. I'm not going to lie. The shit's scaring me. Larry's talking about Israel all the time, which is wild, right? And kind of his wife being Jewish and stuff. But that is what it is. So I was talking to Larry about it. My dog is barking because my wife is home. Dog is going to upset my kids. Hopefully. Hopefully she doesn't. Social contract, talking to Larry, remove freedoms, Charlie Kirk investigation. Oh, conspiracy theories. That Larry's always sending me shit about Jewish people and how they're all conspiracies and whatever. Again, which is funny because his wife is Jewish, and I'm kind of not sure. They're like so tangled up together. Okay, the roots are still strong in this though. So this is this one. It's a hanger, so it's not supposed to be, it's okay that it's droopy. Okay. This one's gonna droop. Now we're gonna press her down. The soil is pretty moist, so good. My wife is home. Okay. This pot is planted. This plant is potted. Boom. That's good. We'll pour a little bit of water in here. Nothing too crazy. Oh, this is what I was saying. I don't know what to believe. At this point, my gut feeling is that it is political. There is a lot of question about whether or not this is an organized thing. Donald Trump named Antifa a terrorist organization. I think there is some credibility and argument in that, some justification for it. No, that's all right. I'm using my hands. Thank you. Came and offered me a child's scoop, my wife did, so that I could finish the plant, because I have now this plant that we're going to do, and then we'll be done with that. I believe that it's political. I believe that it comes socially. Oh no. Oh, this one's okay. I'm just going to put them both in there. I don't have another pot, and it's like breaking off though. So I'm just going to have to put that one deep in there. Political, obviously. I don't know about the group organization aspect. I think that there's some precedent for that as far as naming Antifa a terrorist organization. I think if you're following the Book Boys, that was like a long time ago, but if you're following the domestic violent extremists, you're following these people, you probably should be following Antifa. Probably should be tracking people that are like legitimate terrorists. And I say that because there's like this weird, well, it's like a loose structure of whatever. They have different chapters that's organized. That's bullshit. They're no less organized than a street gang, and we call them criminal organizations, so I just don't see why it would be any different than that. If you want to call, the Amblemen organized crime, that's like fine too, I guess. I don't agree. We don't do anything that's illegal. We're not trying to hurt anybody. But that's like the mentality. There are, again, I'm not even shitting on this because I fuck with guns and stuff, but there are like more violent sects of Antifa that are in fact trying to scare people. They're trying to terrorize them into doing what they want, which is exactly what terrorism is. So it seems like it fits the definition. We will kind of see where that goes, because obviously my fear inherently with that is the same thing as with any of the other information gathering ventures that the United States does, is that this is all, whatever tools they dust off for Antifa, they're going to use for us when the Democrats are in office. So, in however long it is, 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, when Democrats take office again, fucking Amblemen will be a terrorist organization because of the way that we're doing this shit. So, I just don't inherently disagree, but I don't trust the government at all, and I can guarantee that this is going to like fuck us over. So I don't really know what to do with that, I guess probably better safe than sorry, but now we're just like, the government will take care of us and it will be okay. And that seems fucking stupid for us to believe. So what we're going to do now is we're going to skip over into the Timcast portion. So I'm just pulling up this video because one of the effects from this event is that people are fucking crashing out. I told you I watched the Pierce Morgan with Destiny, and Destiny is on there like, if you didn't want Charlie Kirk to be dead, then Donald Trump should never have been elected the second time, and just fucking going absolutely insane on it. And it's like something I've never seen. And so in the wake of those comments, let's see, I'm trying to find this full episode live, maybe. Tim Pool, his brain broke. He did not know what to do. And let's see, here it is. And he began to appeal to the government to solve his problems. So we're going to watch a pretty healthy majority of this until I get tired, because it's 11:30 and I have to wake up with my children tomorrow. So we are going to do as much of this as we can. We're just going to kind of let it run. I have a timestamp for us to start, and then we're going to go. And we will just have to be good about it. So, yep, I just have my starting timestamp, and I think I have some notes, because I know I was texting Colin about 1,000 times. I have different timestamps that we can kind of jump from. But, okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to start this here. I'm going to, boop, this is an episode from a few days ago that I watched. It's entitled DOJ Releases Charlie Kirk Assassination Messages, Trans Left Line Confirmed. So some of this information, like there's going to be some more updates about the shooting and stuff from here, because this is from 3 days ago. But I want to have a lot of discussion about what Tim is talking about, death threats. He's talking about the funeral of Charlie Kirk, and he's talking about, let me see, I want to see if I can, okay, that just is that. How can I tilt this up a little bit? Fucking producing on camera right now. It's okay, we'll skip back and forth. You guys can see me, that's what really matters. So we are going to watch, like I said, a pretty decent majority of this. We're going to let it run. We're going to take pauses, and we're going to discuss some of this fucking epic crash out that Tim Pool is having. The guests today are Philibonti, as always. Ian is here and actually makes quite a bit of sense this time around, which concerns me deeply. Tate is here, and then I think Serge is also in the producer's chair. So there was, the lectern guy was supposed to be here, and then there was some confusion and not, and then whatever. So just as a, I guess, point of order.
Agreed. Terrible with messaging. Horrible with messaging. Sloppy, because this is about terrorism. This is about organized terrorism, you know, organizations that are terrorist groups intending to chill political speech, to frighten people of a certain political persuasion. So those people should be investigated, and if they committed crimes, they should be arrested and tried.
Yeah. Yeah, precisely.
She was sloppy with the threat. Whenever there's a threat, you know, the Supreme Court's been through this. It was in like 60. It was during the Vietnam War. A guy said, "If you draft me and make me carry a rifle, the first person I'll put in my sights is LBJ." It was the president at the time, and so they arrested him. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and they're like, it wasn't a true threat because everyone laughed. He didn't. And so they realized, like, you can say stuff like that and it's not a real threat. Mm-hmm. And then, so now it's like you have to establish, like, that there was intention to establish that it was a true threat. Often there's what they call, like, immediacy. Like,
that's what
threats have definitions.
Like, talking about hate speech or like the whether it's what's the word I'm looking for, whether it was trying to get people to commit a crime or whatever.
Incitation.
Inciting of violence.
Thank you very much. Inciting. That's not what's being discussed or what should
That's
be
the thresholds
discussed.
for free speech.
Material support to terrorism. Right. Like this isn't about the people that are saying it's about free speech are wrong. That's not the topic at hand. It's terrorism.
Correct.
So the people that are helping terrorists, and if they are helping them, the old guy that was trying to get with the police's attention and trying to help the shooter get away, material support to a terrorist attack. It's not about free speech.
material.
He helped him.
Welcome to warfare. That's it. Cry, complain, stand on your morals, and be destroyed. Now, I'm not saying there's a civil war happening right now, despite all the lies from the writers trying to claim that I am. Because I literally made a video today where I said I do not think we are in a civil war. I made a video responding to a great video by Moon, where he said that the assassination of Charlie Kirk will lead to the civil war, and he did a large breakdown of the case. But let me explain something to you. All is fair and love is war is a saying for a reason.
Love and war.
And what's happening right now is we are beset on both sides, on all sides, from people who intend to destroy our way of life. And I mean all sides as in you have foreign actors and you have domestic actors. Now, they are going to exploit our laws and our way of life and take away whatever they can from us. And they're going to use our own goodwill against us as they have for a very long time. Let me explain how. We believe in free speech. We want you to have the right to express your opinions without fear of reprisal from the government. We recognize that someone might try and stop you. It's called the heckler's veto, but we're opposed to that as well. And if you are speaking your opinion and someone attacks you, that is wrong and they will be charged. Now, the left says you shouldn't have free speech because speech has consequences, and it's hate speech. Gets us all fired, banned, censored for years. And this results in mass censorship, the loss of industry, people have their lives destroyed. Now we are experiencing people on the right getting people fired because they are dancing on the grave of Charlie Kirk. And it is largely just people saying things like he deserved it or whatever, and they're calling their company and they're getting fired. There's a big difference, I will add, between someone saying a naughty word 10 years ago and someone actively dancing on the grave, advocating effectively for political violence. But here's the point. We talked about that liberal influencer whose name I'll leave off for now. The other day, Elon Musk called for his arrest. Maybe we'll talk about it in a second. And what he said was very, very cleverly worded to avoid crossing the line of the First Amendment.
Excuse me.
He said, and I'm gonna paraphrase the points made in the Piers Morgan debate and videos from his own channel. Violence has reached an extreme degree. 7 of 10 of the worst protests, of the biggest protests in the country.
He's talking about destiny.
More political violence we've ever seen. And if you, quote, if you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. He said in another video, conservatives need to fear being killed. They need to fear death. That is saying it as explicitly as you can without getting into legal trouble. Why?
Yes.
If violence has already reached an extreme degree to where we've got 7 to 10 of the biggest protests and people are getting shot and assassinated, literally what else could happen that would make a conservative fear dying? Well, extreme violence won't do it. He said it's like memes. They don't believe that they'll actually die until one of them does. That's the implicit. Now, of course, if he came out and said people need to go do X, he'd have crossed the line.
So he's going to do this a lot, right? He's going to do this a lot, where he talks about the implication, the implicit, the this. That is not how the law works. That is not how limitations on free speech work, okay? I'm not defending the veiled threats that people are doing. It's shitty, right? It's shitty and it's faggot bullshit, right? Just like fucking Sam I was talking about, right? That is faggoty shit that you're doing, that you are going over. You are walking the thinnest line that you possibly can between threatening somebody and being a total pussy, right? It's super fucking gay. I totally agree with you. But this bullshit that he's going to continue to do by talking about the implication, that isn't how the law works. It's not how limitations on free speech work. And I am not going to start limiting people's freedoms because you're fucking scared, right? Yeah, I'm also scared. I also am scared about how things are going. I get that Tim Pool has more legitimate threats on his life than I do and whatever. You're talking about taking people's freedoms away. That's what you're talking about. You're not, because he's not going to mention, he hasn't, and I don't think he will, mention talking about changing guidelines on platforms, because that's what he ends up talking about, is people, to one person tweeting this, another person tweeting this, right? Changing guidelines on platforms, or actually appealing to the law to try and change the law, to expand it into things that actually cannot be done under free speech, right? That's how we get to the point where you can say this and you can't say that. You can't say fire in a crowded room or whatever the fuck, right? The limitations, the incitement to violence, right? That's how we get to that point, is because someone sues someone for, like, you can't say this shit, and eventually they decide, you know what, that is a pretty reasonable limitation on your free speech, because you're threatening that guy, you're scaring the fucking shit out of him, he thinks that he's gonna die, right? You can't do that. You can't walk around threatening people. That's not protected by free speech, right? You can't do that. You're not allowed to. I think that that's a very fair thing. The only way that you get there, I'm fucking have my plant wrapped in my headphone cord now. The only way that you get there is by pressing the law. Okay? That's how you do it. Not by sitting here and fucking bitching the whole time. Let's keep going.
People go out and do this thing, he'd find some incitement charges. There'd be some terroristic threat charges appearing online. But he didn't say it. He said, no, I'm just saying once conservatives fear death, they'll tell Trump to knock it off, which is explicitly stating, or I should say implicitly, it's implying, in the most legally circuitous way.
Just a second. Thank you guys for helping me pot the plants. Let me know in the comments down below what you think their names should be. These plants are for the other boys at work, because I have 3 that are on my table now. I have Alexander, like we talked about, Major Guini, who's growing up on the wall, and then I have a money tree that is growing roots now. It's propagating, it's in the water. So you guys let me know what we should name these other plants. I gotta name the money tree as well. But that's it. We'll keep going. We'll keep listening to Tim Pool.
Way possible, conservatives will die unless the left gets their way. And he is reminding you. Now, the issue that we're dealing with, as Phil mentions, terrorism. If someone comes out and says Charlie Kirk got what's coming and people should do more to the rest of them, which they're saying all over the place, and they have lists with my name on it, for instance. Ian, you're correct. You've brought it up before. That's not an imminent threat. That's free speech, right?
Technically.
It's literal. You are allowed to say that people are deserving of death and that someone should do it or whatever, as long as you don't say you, at this time, go do thing. There has to be a direct and imminent threat created for it to cross the line. You are legally allowed to yell fire in a crowded theater. That is a myth. Here's the point I'm making. They should be arrested. Why? Well, I put it like this. It is wise to tell someone, don't take a bucket full of water and throw it on your kitchen floor. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Except when there's a fire.
Correct.
And that's the problem we're dealing with. We sit here standing in a burning house as they have literally murdered Charlie Kirk. And then they are saying, let us keep waving the death of a conservative in your face so you are too scared to go out. So you will never vote for Trump again. So you will learn your lesson. That's what Destiny said on Piers Morgan's show. Learn your lesson, conservatives. Stop speaking your mind. Stop doing events. And maybe then they will decide to stop killing your friends. Now, so far, unfortunately, there's only been a small handful of our friends that have died. And that's because it's not just Charlie Kirk, though he is the most high profile. Everybody remembers Aaron Danielson, who was friends to many conservatives. And he was walking down the street in Portland when Michael Reinl put 2 bullets in his chest. And the statement from Destiny was very clear. You shouldn't have voted for Donald Trump then, because the left will murder you. So we get the message. We get the message. And now, when these people go online in their stochastic, terroristic fashion and say, y'all deserve what's coming next, and we're watching you. And so I'll be completely honest with everybody. I'm going to tell you exactly what's going on, complete transparency. With great respect and honor that I have been invited to Arizona this Sunday. And it means a lot to me that the team over there considers this. And I apologize if I shouldn't be talking about this, but it needs to be said. I do not feel that we can have the security to go. And that was the intention of these terrorists. And it is terror explicitly stating that I cannot go to this funeral. Because they can secure the event, and I'm sure it will be. The president will be there, but they can't secure the airports. They can't secure the buses. They can't secure the roads. And it is in Arizona where it takes one crackpot. And so this is the conversation I've been...
Okay. So listen to what he just said, right? He's choosing not to, because it's decided now, I've learned since then that he's chosen not to go to the funeral, Charlie Kirk's funeral, that the president is going to be at, the vice president is going to be at, tons of members of the cabinet, some of like the most well-known conservative people ever are going to be there. It's going to be a huge fucking event, right? I guess I don't know how huge it's going to be. It's going to be very well attended by very prominent people. Tim Pool ends up saying that he can't go because his team can't promise safety there. And granted, right? The president was almost killed. So maybe his Secret Service team doesn't give a shit. And that explains why he was almost killed the first time. It's because they're just willing to let him go wherever, right? I'm willing to wager that they're able to secure the event and it will be protected. If you can't, now you're like, they can't secure the airports, they can't secure this, they can't secure this. I just don't, to each their own, right? I'm not Tim Pool, so far be it for me to whatever the fuck, but I think that you're being a giant pussy. That if you are scared to go, that is fine. I don't think I would be way less critical if you just said, I'm just scared to go. Like, I don't think that we can actually be safe, because he ends up saying, he does say that here when he says in the video from yesterday that he can't go. It's because the security team says there's no way to possibly make it secure. That is fucking retarded. I don't believe you. And if you are afraid to go, just say that and then don't go. But he spins this whole line about, like, you know, all the conservatives are going to be put together. That seems like the worst possible time for someone to do something. It doesn't seem like that's really going to get the, I don't know, maybe I'm disturbed. Maybe I just am being like a contrarian and just don't agree with him. But I think that it is fucking ludicrous to argue that it's impossible for him to securely attend an event that the president is going to go to. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. And if you're so fucking scared to go out in public, then you should stop being, if this is such a problem, if the death threats are a problem, and I'm not, whatever, right? If you can't handle the death threats, if you can't handle the attention, the whatever, the this, the that, then stop being on the fucking internet. If it's so overwhelming for you that you can't handle that now we need to appeal to outside, literally the fucking government, to change what free speech means so that you're not scared, you should stop being on the fucking internet. I'm not in your place, so I'm sure I sound like a fucking asshole. I don't understand. I don't whatever. Like, you're losing the plot. You're missing the fucking point here.
Been having for the past several hours, and I probably shouldn't talk about it in the show, but it needs to be said. When they go on TikTok and say things like, more people are going to die and you deserve it, it is the intended terrorism. And how do we deal with it? We let people speak freely because of the First Amendment? Well, sometimes it is okay to dump water into your home because you're not concerned about the water damage anymore. You're concerned about your home burning down. And when I am living in a reality where people are going
So the metaphor that he's using is it's okay to curtail free speech because shit is bad. And I just don't agree with that. Certainly not from like an executive level that he appears to be appealing to. If this is the case, particularly on social media platforms, then you need to be appealing to Elon Musk to change the terms of service so you can't do shit like that. It's the same way that you can't, like, you used to be able to, like, one person would type N and then one person would type I and and then you're spelling the N word through, like, 6 different tweets or whatever. Like, they also cut that shit off. So this is just it's a change of the terms of service that you can't do this on this platform anymore. That's what you're asking for. So I don't get this appeal to the ultimate authority when really you should just be asking, because it is free speech. This is protected free speech, especially if you're talking about an individual saying a thing that you don't agree with, right? You can't prove some type of mass coordination terroristic attempt, right? You're talking about one person who's saying some dumb shit on the fucking internet because they're allowed to be anonymous, right? That they probably would never say to your face, that if they even thought you were in the same room, they probably would never say to you, but they're saying on the internet because they're anonymous. This is a problem with internet culture, with the things, but like not with free speech. I'm disturbed by the immediate willingness to curtail free speech. That like really fucks me up. It disturbs me that he's so willing to do that, so quick to do that, when you just appeal to Elon to change the rules, if that's what the concern is, because they're not going to do it in person. Then the 10 people are not going to mail you a letter that one, word at a time says that they're going to fucking kill you. Like, I just don't, his brain is breaking.
Line and posting a list of names saying next. That's a death threat. But I'm supposed to be told under the current Supreme Court rulings that this is protected free speech because they didn't actually articulate anything.
You know what?
So what do we do as a country? Sorry, real quick. When we are living in a society, we are living in a system where prominent social media platforms will allow a prominent streamer with millions of followers to go out and say, if you didn't want your friend dead, you shouldn't have voted for Trump. I got the message loud and clear.
So again, you appeal to the platforms. That's how you do it. You appeal to the platforms. If Destiny wants to stand on the fucking corner and talk about how conservatives should be dead and they're going to be dead because they voted for Donald Trump, someone is going to beat the shit out of him. He's saying this stuff because he's not afraid of what's going to happen. The same thing you're talking about, he's saying that you guys are, the conservatives are talking shit because they're not afraid. He doesn't think it's even a possibility something is going to happen to him because he thinks that everyone agrees with him. He's so fucking broken, he doesn't think that anybody disagrees with him. Appeal to the platforms to take his shit off of there. This is a private company thing. You can't control that. It's the Jimmy Kimmel thing all over again. This is a private company deal. Appeal to the companies to pull that shit down if that's what the problem is. But he's allowed to say dumb, fucking retarded shit like, if you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, then you shouldn't have voted for Donald Trump the second time. Like, he's allowed to do that. As crazy as that fucking statement is, because it is absolutely fucking abhorrent and absurd. He is allowed to do that shit, and the limitations on free speech is really fucking dangerous, man. Really, really fucking dangerous. I'm talking about open forums saying shit. We want to talk about different platforms and stuff all fucking day. All day. They're private companies. We've been dealing with this for years. I don't know what you're asking for, though, on like a governmental level. That scares the shit out of me. That scares the shit out of me.
Clear, brother. I got it loud and clear. Maybe now Donald Trump, Pam Bondi, whoever else needs to say, if you are speaking terror with the intention to destroy people's lives and make them live in fear so that they will not express their political opinion, this is overt terror. And you know what the argument is? After Charlie Kirk is dead, we are in a very dangerous spot because this is always how authoritarian structures come to rise. We are in an untenable situation that they have created intentionally because it is my opinion that the left wants a civil war so they can destroy the Constitution. It's the only way to get rid of that piece of paper, which is tattered to shreds but still offers tremendous protection. And in fact, our gun rights have expanded tremendously since its inception, as has our free speech. But they have put us in a position where they are going online and they are saying, hey, remember when we killed your friend? You're next. That's free speech. That's free speech because they're saying it in clever ways. So I'll put it like this.
I don't think that the left wants a civil war. I don't think they want a civil war. I think that they want everyone to shut the fuck up. They just want to win. Because I think the same way that many conservatives don't understand, the left has no fucking idea what that looks like. So they might even like think that they want that, but that's not reality. They don't actually want that. They don't want a civil war. They don't want that many people dead. Maybe because they think they can crack down, but I don't agree. The civil war so they can destroy the Constitution. They've been perfectly fine subverting it and adjusting it to fit their needs up until now. I just don't get what the push would be because they don't believe in its legitimacy anyway. Like, they're fine just skirting and going around it and letting us believers talk about it. So I just don't get this argument.
Two people are standing on a street corner. One person screams, Nazis should be killed. It's free speech. The next person points at you and says, hey, everyone, that's the Nazi. Also free speech. Together, those statement is, go kill that guy, which would violate the law. However, because they split it up between two people, we have to tolerate that they're calling for our deaths, killing our friends, threatening our lives, and making it impossible for me to go to a funeral.
And we're in an age of amplification of the common man. Before, in the 90s, there's no way you could get a terroristic threat out. You'd have to take over a news station. There's like TV shows about guys breaking. Now, any idiot can pick up their phone and make some veiled threat. And so we need to basically social. The government is good at using force. We're good at using diplomacy as civilians. And we have in letting employers know if you have employees that are celebrating murder and implying that they would like to see more, they are going to get fired from their jobs. They're not welcome in civil society. That's one way to fight back against it in the modern age with this. But the tools, there's so many people that don't understand the power of the amplification of putting a message online right now that are getting wrapped into this.
We decided today we will be doing our Culture War live events.
Oh, based. Nice.
We will. The university events we will not do because they are going online right now saying that I should die and they will kill me. And they're doing it in ways where when we talk to law enforcement can't do anything about it, nor can we sue them, nor will the social media platforms take this stuff down. Because publishing...
So this is the thing I actually don't disagree with, the open campus stuff. Not only because Charlie Kirk was just killed on a college campus, but the college campuses have very little incentive to really try and secure an event like that. They have limited resources, and I'm not excusing it because they could appeal to outside authorities and stuff. But they just have limited incentive to try and secure an event like that, which is part of how the Charlie Kirk thing happens. Because they just don't give a shit. You know, it's just a thing that happens. Steven Crowder's got his ass beat on a couple campuses. They just don't give a shit. They don't care. So they're not going to hire that level of security that's going to be necessary. It's super open. Most campuses are open, you know, there's no one checking like how you get in or on or off or anything like that. So you can just be there and not be a student. And that is mad fucking dangerous. So this is a thing that I don't disagree with. Like, limiting the places that you go, I understand, but limiting them this way to even a place that's so secure, like that we can predict is going to be so secure, this is a thing I don't understand. The open event thing, I understand. You're fucking outside, right? You're just open. It's anybody that's good enough can get you. But when you're talking about shit that's contained and controlled, just like he's talking about with these fucking things in the bars. I carry guns in bars all the time. That's dumb. You're leaning on goodwill. I just don't. I'm sure you're wanting people and stuff, but I don't get how a bar can be more secure than a church that the president's going to be in. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a fucking secret agent. I don't know. Maybe I'm retarded. I don't understand the logic there, but.
A list of names is free speech. Well, but you know why they're doing it. And so I will tell you guys in all seriousness, we do not discuss for security reasons, for the most part, the issues that we deal with, only some. And I feel like the conversation I'm having behind the scenes, literally 10 minutes before the show starts, is how am I supposed to fly to this city with all of these posts online saying they're going to kill me? But they're not doing it explicitly. They're not saying, Mr. Poole, we will find you and you will be, and we'll murder you. They're just saying, watch your neck. It's free speech. They're saying, I live in this city. Hope to see you soon.
You might make an argument if someone, because it's about intention there. If they're terrorizing you, if they like Charlie got shot in the neck and then they say watch your neck, there's definite intention.
And that is the point about throwing water on your kitchen floor.
So check this out.
So the point real quick is that by all legal standards, saying watch your neck is First Amendment protected speech. You've made the argument that we could now interpret that as a death threat. That is the line, and that is the fear. When the government decides to interpret what is legally clear free speech as a death threat because of context, is when we enter Phil's territory of it is no longer free speech, it is terrorism. And that is a scary thought to me, that this country has come to a point where you can say something that 5 years ago was an expression of opinion, but in the modern context of assassination and political violence is intended to terrorize and destroy and ruin lives. Now the only solution is we arrest or file civil charges or bring charges against people who are speaking out terroristic threats.
And I just don't like this, like, that's the gap for me. This is what I don't understand, is because you're I understand that you can't take this chance when you're Tim Pool. I don't believe the legitimacy in people fucking tweeting bullshit at him. Like, those are not real threats. Those are people trolling, and they are trying to scare you 100% with no intent of actually doing anything, because they're giant pussies who are only posting shit on the internet. So I don't get, like, this is where the brain break thing comes for me. Get the fuck outside then, go touch grass, get the fuck off the internet. Because if you remove their ability to say shit anonymously into the fucking ether, they won't be doing this. This won't exist in real life. This is like bordering on not real, because it wouldn't exist if Twitter didn't exist. So I'm not saying they don't exist, obviously. Obviously they're fucking real. He's talking about it. But I don't get how this then turns to the government needs to crack down. Like, how do you not see the fucking boomerang of what's happening here? How do you not see how this is going to blow up in your fucking face in 5 years? I don't get that. It's like, in 5 years, these things are so different. Okay, so in 5 more years, what the fuck? Like, how do you not get it? How do you not see it? You are missing, you have lost the fucking plot. I don't get it. Like, so close and so far. I get the terrorism thing, man, but I don't think that you're talking about the same thing. I don't think that people tweeting on the internet is terrorism. I think that it's people being fucking retarded. And if you want that to stop, you need to adjust to Elon. You need to appeal to Elon to adjust the things that are allowed on Twitter. And if they persist, right, if people are mailing you fucking death threats, I would give a little more legitimacy. You have to put some effort in to just mail a letter, right? You have to put in no effort to send a fucking tweet off. You can even talk to your phone and have it do it for you. You don't even have to type it if you don't want to. So I just don't. Again, I get, which is why I would respect if he was just saying, I'm just fucking scared and I'm not going. I would get that. If you're like, I'm fucking terrified and I don't trust anything that anybody says, I can't have this. We got to change this on the platform. I get this, but like, that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about bringing up terrorism charges for people tweeting and shit. And that I don't agree with. This is what I don't understand. The logic skip, I don't get it.
These are clearly terroristic threats, are they not?
Well, it's about intention. Some of them, maybe. Some people might just be parroting.
So let's try this. When someone says something like, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Tim Pool, Michael Knowles, hope to see you soon, winky emoji, and a trans flag.
It depends on who said it,
that's
where
free
they
speech.
said it.
That's indeed, but you know what they mean, right?
Totally.
And so when does it become?
But you know what they mean, right? Implication does not control free speech. That is fucking crazy. But you know what they mean, right? That's fucking crazy. Because of your interpretation, the impression, the implication, the whatever, no. It doesn't fucking work that way, dude. You have to give me time. You'd have to give me time to find and think of a legit example. I can guarantee you this is happening on the right. I can guarantee you, even if it's in Fringe, it's the same Fringe that the left is doing this bullshit to him. So this will immediately backfire. You have got to be fucking kidding me.
Come terrorism. When does it become
an explicit threat? It needs to be an explicit call for violence.
And that means we will live under their boot, where Destiny can go on Piers Morgan and say that implicitly you will be murdered by them, and you know it, and they can threaten your life directly to your face, but they can say it in a way where you will never do anything about it.
Totally, they're taking advantage.
Then it's
of
not
free
directly
speech,
to
yes.
your face.
And that means the only outcome is regular people are being told right now, Charlie Kirk was a moderate, and they killed him. And the message is clear when Destiny goes on Piers Morgan. The message is clear when they make these posts to all of those who deviated and dared to vote for Trump. You're next. And we can do it. You know why? Because you wouldn't dare lift a finger against us. That's what you're saying. And that is the fear I have. The choices we have are let them post implicit death threats in context. We get what they're saying, and we can't prosecute them. Or decide to cross that line and say, we understand your intent. That's a terroristic threat, and you will go to jail for it.
So, do you believe hate speech is a thing?
No. Well, yes, it is.
Okay, because on this point, I wanted to follow up with you on something that Pam Bondi said on this, though, because
hate speech is real. Hate speech is free speech. You are allowed to have speech in which is hateful. So let's define hate speech. Hate speech is typically defined in a broad sense as language that demeans the rights protected categories. It exists. And we can give a broad name to the behavior. That's fine. Now, whether we make that illegal, that's wrong.
But that's distinct from like people calling from violence. Hate
Indeed.
speech is distinct from that. Okay, because there's this.
Let's pull up the Pam Bondi hate speech thing, and so we can move on before I lose my mind.
Because that's exactly where you're going, though. I mean, this is the exact issue she's dealing with. Because then I think you should agree with
Let's
her.
pull this up. Here's a story from CNN. Pam Bondi's hate speech comments lead even some conservatives to cry foul. They say within hours of Charlie Kirk's assassination, Donald Trump signaled a rather curious crackdown. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it. There was no evidence last week that the shooter was anything other than a lone wolf actor, and there still isn't. False. There is evidence because people had foreknowledge. I didn't say proof, but evidence. Try harder, CNN. It wasn't difficult to see how such a thing could get out of hand. And the administration has done little in the days, blah, blah, blah. Conservative activists are already drawing attention to random people who celebrated Kirk's death online, while some GOP lawmakers are pushing for employers to fire workers who posted things such as their lack of sympathy for Kirk's murder. Even Attorney General Pam Bondi and White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller have criticized employees who allegedly refused to print posters honoring Kirk, with Bondi saying they could be prosecuted. Trump on Monday said he'd consider naming far-left Antifa movement domestic terrorists. And people, I'm going to pause real quick. Antifa is an international association. It can be named a foreign terrorist organization. I digress. In the Oval Office on Monday, the president responded to a conservative journalist who said the anti-war protesters near the White House still have their First Amendment right. Yeah, well, I'm not so sure. Through it all, many on the right largely shrugged. But Bondi on Monday made it so some of them could no longer shrug. They quickly cried foul over her comments on a podcast that the Justice Department would go after hate speech. The National Review's Charles C. Cook wagered the Supreme Court would reject Bondi's view 9-0. She should know this, Britt Hume said. Conservative radio host Eric Erickson wagered that such a standard could lead to prosecutions of preachers for opposing gay marriage. Even vehemently pro-Trump pundits flatly rejected it. Charlie Kirk literally died defending the principle that Pam Bondi is trashing, said right-wing influencer Hans Monk. Just unreal. Now, the point brought up before this segment is, right now, what we are experiencing is the left using concurrent statements and actions to terrorize and threaten death on people like me. It's personal. And they are doing it in a way where they fragment the threats so they don't cross the threshold into illegality. In order for speech to be illegal, it has to, well, there's a few categories. Fraudulent, meaning you lie to someone with the intent to take resources from them, in which case your presentation and delivery of information, the speech, is actually committing a crime. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about when does someone say something, and that is creating a clear and imminent threat, which means you have to tell a person, you go do this, or do this at this time. So if you told someone to commit a crime and said here at this time, you have created an imminent threat. You have crossed the line. You are a participant in that crime. What we're experiencing now and the challenge we face, the knee-jerk reaction from many conservatives to cry foul over hate speech makes sense. But what's happened is, in the simplest of terms, I'll give you the broad explanation first. Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Prominent liberals are saying he deserved it. And then many others saying, y'all are next, and they're putting up lists. The message is clear. While no individual is telling you you are going, they are instructing someone to kill you, so they've not created an imminent threat. Together, they create an imminent threat where not a single one can be prosecuted. This is speech black bloc tactics, I would call it. Well, let me just wrap this up.
Can I read her quote because I feel like it's really...
Okay, read the quote.
This is important here because the quotes what fired up a lot of people. She said, "There's free speech, then there's hate speech, and there's no place, especially now, especially what happened to, after what happened to Charlie in our society. We will absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything that crosses the aisle."
And she's wrong, because hate speech means using language that demeans a specific social group or class of people.
Yeah.
And that is protected, and that's unambiguous.
And she should resign.
And it's stupid of her to say, and I feel like she's been dropping the ball on this and some other issues. I mean, I really feel like it's a very aggressive, unforced error. Everybody on the right has been slamming her on this one thing.
She makes a lot of them. But so let me clarify something real quick. The issue we're dealing with right now, with that context in mind, is that if an individual said, Tim Pool, I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to do it at this point, like that's a death threat. I can actually contact the FBI and they will be criminally charged and I'll get a restraining order or protection or something like that. But when they say someone should kill Tim Pool because he's a Nazi, and then another person says in response to that post, or just another post, here's Tim Pool's address, another person then responds with, I'm going to come meet you, Tim, at your house at this address, we understand what they did. They fragmented the death threat into 3 pieces so that you can't prosecute any one of them. I then personally have a terroristic threat made against my life, which is explicit and in front of my face. And this has literally been happening. And I'm told by law enforcement we can't do anything about it. They're allowed to do that.
Can I ask you then, how about we get specific and I'll give you an example. There's a prominent leftist Twitch creator that constantly promotes violence and uses euphemisms of violence against the right and justifies violence against the right. Do you think they should be banned off Twitch?
Who?
I'm talking about Hassan, yeah.
Well, I'll be careful to say I haven't seen enough of Hassan's content, and out-of-context videos aren't enough for me to make determination. I've seen the videos that have circulated on X where Hassan said stuff like gun him and things like that. And
I think he's expressed support or tacit support for Hezbollah, Hamas, terrorist organizations. He said America deserved 9/11, I believe, is one
that's
of
all free speech.
his more famous quotes. Totally, but we're talking about this line, right, of where they're encouraging violence against the right. I know he's going on spiels of encouraging violence against right-wingers and how the Zionists should be unpersoned. They shouldn't be welcomed in society. They should be treated the way that Nazis were.
I get it. Supporting foreign terror organizations verbally is free speech, explicitly. Supporting Israel or rejecting Israel, you are allowed to express those opinions. Now, if a prominent streamer said, if you didn't want Charlie Kirk, if you wanted Charlie Kirk alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been the president in the second term. And then in a different show, I believe before this said, conservatives need to be made to fear, or conservatives need to fear that they will be killed when they go out. We understand the intention of that when you say, when the first part of that is after Charlie Kirk's assassination. You are saying if you express your political views through the ballot box, the left will murder you. So the message there is now clear, but did it cross the line into illegality? It did not. So it goes right before the line and says, whoa, we know what he's saying, but he didn't say anybody should go individually take an action. Then someone on Instagram or on Threads or on X says, here's an idea, and posts a list of names. My name's in it. And I know what the context of that means. Everyone does. A judge would. They'd look at that and say, we know exactly what you were saying with that. But it doesn't cross the line. We now live in a society where I can look at Tweedledee and Tweedledum, send me a death threat because one talks and the other finishes, and the law does nothing about it. Now, we all agree, as a society, the law says you can't send death threats. You can't issue death threats, verbally, written, or otherwise. That's a crime. But when Tweedledee says, I think someone needs to kill a Nazi, and then Tweedledum goes, hey, look, everyone, there's the Nazi, we know that they just said, go kill him. And we've seen this taking place. When Luke Rudkowski was mercilessly beaten in Germany because some random guy pointed at him and yelled, Nazi Schweinhund, and the other random people ran up and started punching him, and they didn't even know why. They didn't know or care. It is a mob. And when we see this was what? 7 years ago. Luke was pummeled and beaten. in Germany, a journalist with another young journalist. They were both beaten, and one had serious damage to his, I think, to his knee because someone yelled Nazi. We know why they say this. I think Phil and Blair had a similar tweet. They don't call you a fascist because they want to kill you. They what is it? What is
They don't call you a fascist because they want to kill you. They call you a fascist in order to make it okay to kill you. They don't believe you're a fascist.
I'm sorry. They don't want to kill you because they're fascists. Yes. They call you a fascist so that they can kill you.
Yeah.
So here's the issue right now. I agree. Pam Bondi's statement was bad. However, how do we reconcile that with the internet and social media, the ability of individuals to collectively issue death threats, they are now immune from prosecution? On top of that, I will add, Antifa and far-left black bloc tactics have made them immune from prosecution as well for physical violence. Because like we saw in 2017, when 200 or so individuals got together, organized, and wore the same thing, they set fires to the streets, they smashed windows, and when the police arrested them, they had the charges dropped, sued the city, and won. The city couldn't prosecute any individual because the argument is always, is there reasonable doubt? And when you ask a jury, they say, what clothes was the man wearing? A black hoodie, a black mask, sunglasses, and black jeans. And you grabbed him after he threw a Molotov cocktail. I did. And how many other people were there wearing a black hoodie, sunglasses, a black mask, and black jeans? And 200? So how do you know you grabbed the right guy? Because I saw him do it. And then the defense looks at the jury and says, do you believe beyond a reasonable doubt that that man grabbed the right guy? And they go, no, acquitted, free to go. They have made themselves immune to prosecution when they firebomb buildings. They have made themselves immune to prosecution when they issue death threats. What do we do? Well, honest question. Because they've exploited our goodwill and our it's called the liberal democracy. I know it's not an actual democracy, but we refer to societies where we allow the individuals to have representation, constitutional republic with democratically represented democratically elected representatives. They have exploited the system we've built. They are destroying the fabric of it because it was intended for a good moral people who act in good faith, and they don't. So I'm just saying this. The question before us right now is, if someone goes online and makes a veiled threat that can be interpreted as one, like we know what they're saying. When someone says something like, just found your address online, Tim Pool. I'm coming to meet you. How's Charlie? That's free speech. But you know what the intention is. Mm-hmm. And they're doing things like that like crazy. Yeah. They're posting online saying, how's your friend Charlie? How are things going out in West Virginia? Here's a list of people that we're going to put out there just because. Then someone says something like, I think I'm going to follow up on that list exactly how you'd expect. They're making TikTok videos where they say, who's going to go do it? You know what it means. And everyone knows what it means, but it's free speech.
Yeah. Normally,
we can't function this way.
When you take the puzzle piece, each person's statement is a piece of a puzzle that makes an obvious image. It's conspiracy. But you need a crime to have happened for it to become known as a conspiracy. Until then, it's like, can't prove that they're conspiring until something bad happens. And you're like, I don't know. But
and
I
just
work.
don't.
Keep looking at Saul
This is going to be my
Alinsky.
final point, and then we're going to be done with this because it's going to continue the same way. I understand the point that he's making. I don't appreciate and I don't agree with like the defeatist mindset because there isn't a solution that he's providing. It's just, what do you do? I don't know. We can't live like this. You have to appeal to the social media companies if you would like them to adjust their terms of service and things that you can or cannot say. I don't think that much of this is actually real. I think that it is internet bullshit that is fucking with his brain because he's scared, which is understandable, and he is on the internet way too goddamn much, just like these stupid fucking retards that are saying this shit to him. I just don't... This wouldn't be happening if the internet wasn't going on. That's why every example that he's giving is on the internet, is because people are doing this to him in real life, because they don't actually have the fucking balls. That's why I don't buy the Civil War thing, because they don't actually want this. They want you to be scared because they think that it's easy for you to do. If this is terrorism, then it needs to be prosecuted. But I just don't buy this giving up shit. This just is like, you can't live like this. I don't know. You just can't do whatever. So I guess we just have to crack down on them. That's just so short-sighted, and I don't agree. I don't think that that's the way to go. I don't think that that's the way to win, is to just give up and decide that we have to just appeal to authoritarianism and crack down and limit people's freedoms because we don't know how else to handle it. Like, that's not the answer, is to just walk away to authority. I don't agree. It's going to be abrupt, but I am going to end this stream here. The things went a little bit longer than I had a little bit extra stuff that I want to talk about, but I got to go to bed. I have to get to bed before my kids, so I can get enough sleep to wake up before my kids, so I can get some things done. I appreciate you guys. I'm sorry that it ended so abruptly. I do have more things, so we'll be back again, in another 2 weeks or something like that. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for planting the plants with me. Make sure that you like, subscribe, and share the show with everybody. We're not uploading it as a podcast. It's just a YouTube show. So make sure that you like, subscribe, share, everything. Thank you. I'm at, just follow the YouTube channel. Don't even worry about social medias. I hate doing that shit. Just go to the YouTube channel. Just share the YouTube channel. Just tell people about it. Share the video, like it, comment on it, share the stream, and that'll get us where we need to go. Just do the stream. So thank you guys. We'll cover more Tim Pool the next time that I'm on here. He's had a couple episodes since then that I want to go over. We're going to be doing some of Larry soon. Larry has something that he wants to talk to me about. I have some other stuff that I'm going to go into. It's 12:17. I'm tired. I've been up for 21 hours. So I'm ready for bed now. I love you guys. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for everything that you do and inspiring me to continue to be here. Keep getting fucking jacked. My biggest takeaway, and I think that I want to end on this because I think that everybody that we have seen tonight can either agree or learn from this. Make them earn your death. Do not give it to them. Make them earn your death. I love you, and I'll see you all very soon.